Welcome everybody to Splatoon Advanced Circuit Season 6. This is Tournament 1, the opener. My name is Gregory. I'm joined here by...
Broken Pinky, which is myself. I'm very happy to be here, and Gregory, what do you think of this, matchup here? We got Shadow versus Echo here in this first game of the live stream.
I'm excited we're getting right into it. Two teams that did not exist the last SAC season, so some new faces coming out, ready to kind of show everybody who they are, what they're about. I'm excited to start off this season. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, we always love seeing new faces here, and just seeing these, sort of new teams just come together and really make a statement at the beginning of these new seasons.
Exactly. So if you guys aren't familiar with SAC, the way it works is we have a few tournaments that are going to be run. Teams will get points based on their placings in those tournaments. And then it's going to all wrap up with the top teams who are the most points facing off in a big final tournament. So definitely, this is where you want to start out strong, get some wins under your belt so you can try to make the top cut of this tournament to get you some nice points to start the season with.
Exactly. You always want to start off on the right foot if possible.
And so we'll get underway. Like we said, we have Shadow, ECl versus Echo to start our whole circuit off. We're going to be starting on Splatoon's Hagglefish Market. What do you think of this map?
Oh man, I really like this stage. I know it's been getting a bit of pushback lately, because of how strong Crab is on it. And of course, Crab is a bit of a sore thumb in an otherwise fairly balanced meta, but I just like this stage because I think Zones Hagglefish is kind of like your quintessential Zones map, You have a lot of options to get to the zone, you have some nice flankers to go around, but it can also be played pretty straightforward, and you're also not too prone to being locked out unless the other team pushes really far forward. So I think this is a stage that really focuses on skill expression and team coordination.
For sure. It's going to be interesting. It looks like both teams I would expect to have at least some kind of backliner, a charger, or something else. So it'll be interesting to see how they position, how they can kind of peek around these corners to control this wide open mid area of zone. We're just going to get into it here in just a couple of moments.
And those backlines on the stage can just be so nice, Having that E-leader on that 10 area can be pretty safe and can just so safely control not only zone but the other side of zone and just get some really nice picks. And on zones, getting a few picks is kind of all that it takes to just really get some strong momentum going and get that very nice lockout situation.
Yeah, I can't wait to get into it here. Gonna have a lot of great matches coming our way, so definitely stick around as we get started. Very grateful for everybody who's joining us. Again, this is the start off to the new season, so a lot of new faces, some returning ones too. I know in the podcast prior to this, they were pointing out some teams that are definitely teams to look out for, teams to watch. So as it shakes out, it's going to be interesting to see who can live up to those expectations and who can exceed some expectations and who might fall short.
Yeah, exactly. It's always nice to see just the sort of little dark horse underdog runs just get so deep in bracket, and here's hoping we'll get to see something like that today, just throughout this tournament. But I believe we should be getting underway shortly.
Yeah, it looks like one player just maybe a little late getting in the room. They got those nerves getting started here, or maybe just some technical issues.
It's hard being the first set stream of the day, There's got to be that feeling of nerve that comes with it.
Yeah, it always gives you a little jolt of adrenaline whenever you just enter the Battlefy chat and right away you get the message, "Hey, you'll be on stream."
No pressure, no pressure.
And it's like, okay, hope we're warmed up and ready to go. Yeah, we'll get underway here just in a moment. And like I said, gonna be interesting to see how kind of these two backlines face off on both sides. Also, expecting, like you said, Crab pretty strong here. I'm imagining we will probably see a splash coming out of both sides. It looks like that's in their weapon pool. So gonna be kind of, I imagine, similar comps, but we'll see who can kind of execute better with their plan.
In this sort of meta where a lot of teams are going to be running the same weapons, most teams are going to have a dedicated splash, a dedicated machine, a dedicated junior. It's less about how you build your comp and more about how you use your advantages of your comp and how your comp will sort of elevate your playstyle as much as possible.
Yeah, for sure. The teams that, we know what specials are strong, but the teams that are able to push in with those specials, push in as a team, are going to get a lot more value out of them than people that just kind of pop it and, go for one kill, and that's all they're really able to accomplish with it.
Exactly.
Just a few moments. Looks like the teams are selecting those weapons now. Wonder if they're listening to us and trying to outwit us as they try to guess what they're going to do here.
Trying to throw us for a loop, pull out the big swig roller, just paint that zone real nice and right.
And looks like we're getting underway here. Splatzone's Hagglefish Market. With the Shadow ECl versus Echo.
We are already seeing the War of the Backlines come out. We see the X-Washer being used by Mal of Shadow ECl compared with Dorsal on the E-Leader on Echo. X-Washer is definitely a backlines very, specifically geared towards zones. And you can already see Shadow ECl getting that first cap with that X-Washer on their side, but the E-Leader just puts on so much pressure with that laser. It's hard because you know exactly where the E-Leader is, but the E-Leader can just present its threat range so well and just shows its sightlines, and it makes it really hard to try to approach against it. But
I think
so far...
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. So far, Echo's having some trouble with taking the zone. Shadows has been in pretty much full control of it the entire time, even without any players going down.
Yeah, I think that's the value of the Explo right there. Just nothing really happened. It was a 4v4, but already 27 points able to get ticked off by Shadow just from the constant paint on the zone from the Explo. Now finally getting to push back Echo a little bit. Gonna try to push in here, but Echo's gonna throw some missiles on the zone. They're not going to be able to cap it or anything. So again, more points. Now it's 3 down on the side of Echo. Shadow XL really pushing up here. And at 46, this is dangerous. They might only get one chance to retake here.
This clock is taking down, but Echo at least has the advantage of some last-ditch effort on their side if they are running it. But right now the clock is ticking below 30. They finally retake the zone and stack a hefty penalty, and it's officially a 3v3 situation, but Shadow just takes the zone right back. Mal on that X-Washer is just so content, just sit back and paint the zone, and we see the machine on side of Shadow trying to flank against Echo, just trying to make something happen, just keep the advantage as long as possible. But we are seeing TNT just move a little bit forward with that machine, and it's just enough to get Echo the cap.
Yeah, they threw everything they had at the zone, looked like a Booyah and a triple wing strike, ended up getting the job, but we have a flank here that's going to take out the Crab, and then also looks like taking out the Booyah user. Gray pushing up here, dodging these bombs, and really good job there by Shadow XL to push back on this, but he's going to get taken out here by the E-Leader.
Dorsal just hit such a nice shot on Gray on that splash, and Echo is once again contesting for the zone, but Echo's just not been able to get any large pushes to happen. Shadow just got that huge push from the beginning and just the first 2 minutes of the match, and Echo's just not really been able to respond in the way they would like to. We are seeing the specials coming out, the Tri-Strikes and the Booyah Bomb, but it's still Shadow ECl with control of the zone, and they're taking down the zone timer even faster. It's already below 15.
Yeah, Shadow XL just seems pretty content with just letting the zone get flipped if it means saving their lives, and that's able to just let them keep it that much longer in the end. And so Shadow ECl gonna take game 1 here. Really strong game by them.
That was pretty much textbook zones match, Shadow just had control of the zone from the beginning, but once they won that opening team fight, the two Slaughters going in together just really forced Echo back, and Echo was never really able to recover from that, and they could never get their footing just because of the pressure that the X-Flow and the machine were putting on the opposing tent.
Yeah, it's really hard when you have to use all your specials just to flip the zone for a moment, but if you don't get any kills from those specials, then really you're just in a situation where, yeah, you have the zone back, yeah, you got that penalty, but the other team is all alive and they're probably close to their own specials. They're able to just take it right back. It's really good patience there by Shadow Eclipse to just play for their lives, not worry about having to go for the full KO right away, and realizing that, if they just stay alive, they can hold the zone. They'll get it eventually.
Exactly, and that patience is just what makes... That patience is really what wins you zones maps, but right now, that was only game 1. We're going to be heading on to game 2 on Rainmaker's Scourge Gorge. Gregor, what do you think of this stage?
It'll be interesting to see if they adapt, if they switch off the Expo. It looks like they'll keep it. Interesting, you don't see Expo so much for, um, oh, we're missing somebody here.
Yeah, we're missing someone on Echo, unfortunately.
But yeah, so like you don't see too many people running Explo on Rainmaker, but I think this map, just the way it's set up, that first checkpoint, um, the enemy team has just so much cover from their snipe, so the Explo can be really good at just contesting that from mid. So even though it's not necessarily the prototypical Rainmaker weapon, I think for this map I really like the pick because it is just nice for this just geometry of the map.
Explosher is just so good at just hitting over high walls, and high walls are exactly where the opposing E leader is going to want to stand. Just a very intelligent pick, I feel like, and obviously Shadow Eclipse made it work very well on that zone Tacklefish game. I also think it's kind of funny to think about the Rainmaker as sort of a powered up Explosher, so we already know Mal's gonna have a lot of comfort, not only with that Explosher, but probably with that Rainmaker as well.
Yeah, that's true. It's gonna be a lot of pressure, just contesting shots over these walls and everything. So it'll be interesting to see kind of how that plays out, and if Echo can kind of take advantage of maybe a slower weapon like that in Rainmaker and kind of just out aggro it.
Yeah, exactly. Echo really is looking to take this game because I believe Shadow's on set point and winning. Just getting the win on the first set is a great way to start your tournament, and Echo would really like to have that advantage.
Yeah, always feels good to start with a win, especially I believe we're in a Swiss format, so the more wins you can stack early on because it's not going to get easier as the day goes along. So the more you can do yourself a favor early, the better off position you'll be in a couple hours from now.
Exactly, yeah. Always looking ahead, just making sure you set yourself up for success as late as you can in the bracket. But yeah, both these teams are just really vying over this game, Shadow took a pretty decisive game one, but right now we're heading into game two, and I guess we'll see if we see any comp changes. We should already know the comp of Shadow Eclipse.
Looks like we will get underway. And it looks like basically the same thing from Shadow Eclipse. Echo, interesting going with the Tri-Stringer here. So ditching the E-Leader, which again, a slower weapon kind of expected for Rainmaker, and the shredding power of the Tri-Stringer, I don't think many people realize is really powerful here, but it looks like maybe we're not playing this. It looks like Echo's kind of hanging out in spawn at the moment. Wondering if we're having a little more technical issues here.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure what's going on with Echo, but I guess they're just saying knock it out quickly. Oh, and there is the disconnect from Echo.
Some technical issues on the side of Echo here. They dropped the player before it started. Now they drop one. Looks like just a couple of seconds after it started.
Yeah, those internet issues, they will come for you rough, especially in this game. We are powered by Nintendo, so there are some shortcomings of it, but hopefully we'll bring you some nice, exciting gameplay to make up for it.
Absolutely. So we'll see what we can get out of this set here. As we just kind of wait, I'm gonna kind of check around and see if we have any other scores kind of reported coming in, checking on some other sets that are going on right now. Looks like, let's see, Watermelon has a 2-0 win over Squid Club. Let's see if we got any other finishers right now. There's so many teams. Looks like everybody's kind of in a 1-0 situation right now. Looks like Sassy Spikers have taken the 2-0 win over Red Pacific, so good job by them. As far as any upset alerts, it looks like Trojans is up one game over Persistence, 1-0 that score, so potential upsets in the making, we'll see. It looks like Duck and Cover is up 1-0 over Night Fares, and Sheer Cold up 1-0 over Watch Bochi the Rock.
Hey, so, if you're in the chat, make sure you watch Bochi the Rock. It's a good show, I promise. But with that being said, we should be getting right underway. Hopefully we're all done with the technical difficulties, and we do see the Tri-Stringer. As you stated, Gregory, that shredding power is just so nice, especially with the Object Shredder. It is a bit interesting, though, to see Dorsal not really running either of Respawn Punisher or Thermal Ink. Those are very popular abilities on the Tri-Stringer. But I guess we'll have to see how that sort of personal preference will work out for Echo here.
And so right away, Dorsal setting up, trying to get some shots. They realize Gray's right underneath him. That's not great. Nice opening kill to start this game. And gets another too. Nice double. Gonna go for the triple. Gets it. Gray's going on a rampage right now, looking for the quad. Oh, and he gets it on the trade. And right away, first checkpoint.
That was a great quad from Gray, and this push is still going from Shadow Eclipse. They're still up in the numbers advantage despite being so far in Echo's base. That Rainmaker's getting all the way down to 31, and there's still members of Shadow Eclipse in Echo's base. They can just keep this push going. The splash is going all the way in. Not quite able to get a pick, but is just able to buy him more time. And the Rainmaker gets all the way to 19 in just the first minute of the match.
And Gray just went in and made that whole push happen all the way to 19 in the first minute, as you said. Really nice lead here on this map because, you know, now Echo, they have the task of having to not only get it there, but first they gotta get through the first checkpoint, which right now they're not even able to get control of mid.
Yeah, this mid is just all blue. Shadow is just having so much control here, and the specials from Shadow are coming out just to push Echo back and spawn even further. We do see the counter whale, but whale on its own is not going to be doing very much. And we see Popcorn on the machine getting the nice trade with the splatter shot, just trying to keep Echo staggered as long as possible, because the longer that Echo is in their spawn, the less time they'll have to make a solid Rainmaker push. And right now, with the points being 100 to 19, Echo needs to make this push happen. We see TNT on the splatter shot trying to make something happen here. Trying to 1v1 this splash on the side of Shadow Eclipse, but it's just not going down, and TNT is not quite able to make something happen. We do see one go down, though, on the side of Shadow Eclipse, so Echo's really going to have to try and turn this into their advantage.
This is a rough situation just because of the Shadow Eclipse comp, because, you know, you have the Xplo and the machine pressuring from down low, getting paint on Echo's side, and then these splashes just Ninja Squid in and are able to keep getting the kills, so it's really locked them out of mid. But now only one splash alive here. Looks like Gray's the only one, and he's gonna have to, well, looks like he's gonna get taken out. So now here's an opportunity for Echo to get some points on the board and see if they can contest this first checkpoint.
Yeah, finally 2 minutes and 30 seconds in, Echo has control of this Rainmaker, and we see the Rainmaker just trying to get some nice shots on the Shadow Eclipse, just trying to pressure Popcorn on that sort of raised snipe area. We do see the machine popping the Booyah Bomb, and we do see one splash holding the crab still, but the machine is going to go down on the side of Shadow Eclipse. It looks like Echo's going to be able to get that checkpoint, just barely dodging through all the crabs.
I don't know how Dorsal stayed alive there, but really good play to get the checkpoint. You know, they don't have to get it all back at once here, so getting that checkpoint is going to be huge. It looks like that will be the end of that push. Nice shot there, though. It looks like another kill by Lappy, and it looks like Echo's woken up. They're ready to fight this one out.
Yeah, there's just been so much scrapping going on in just the last 20 seconds. You know, fights are happening left and right all the way in mid, but it's Echo that still has control of mid, and now Shadow Eclipse is starting to be pushed back. And Echo has the specials online. You know, there's the crab going off, there's the Zuka available on the shot. Ivy's gonna really have to make something happen, trying to break this crab with the Zuka. Unable to do it though, and dies in the process, unfortunately. It's only 2 players alive on the side of Echo, and it's just the splash and the Rainmaker trying to make something happen. The splash is being pushed so far forward, but the Rainmaker is just being picked at from so far away by this Explasher.
Yeah, you know, time was on their side for a while, but now getting down to about a minute left. These pushes are going to have to start to count. First things first to get mid back. TNT's going to try to make that happen. Going to get a nice kill on the Expo, but it is going to get taken out. Looks like by Gray there. So now, rough situation here. If you're Shadow Eclipse, just got to hold mid for 49 more seconds. I'd imagine they're probably just going to hang on to their specials, or maybe pop them here just to keep Echo out of mid, but in a really good situation as they have a crab ready, a Booyah ready, and it looks like it's going to be Echo that just has to pop specials just to even try to get back into mid.
Yeah, Echo's already used up their crab, and there's only 30 seconds left in the game. I don't know if Dino can charge up another crab before the game ends, and crab is just such a powerful offensive tool that not having access to it is so detrimental, and we already see Shadow Eclipse popping a crab of their own, just really trying to hold down mid, but the crowd does go down. Beautiful plays from Echo, and now Echo has control of the Rainmaker. There's only 10 seconds left of the match timer before we go into overtime, and Echo really has to make something happen. They are at a numbers disadvantage right now, though, when the rain is coming for the Rainmaker, and that Inkstorm is just going to continue to just chip away at the Rainmaker and make the job of Echo just so much harder. We are seeing all of Echo really just trying to go in, though. There is one down on the side of Shadow Eclipse. Echo's just trying to push all the way in.
Looks like a flank here on the splash. Did they know? Do they know? Looks like one splash knows about the other flank, so they're gonna get called out and have to back off. And meanwhile, it looks like there is an opening up the middle. Still gotta watch that flank though. He's still behind him. Looks like he did get taken out, but here comes a crab. Here's Gray, the hero at the beginning of the game. Will he be here at the end? No, he gets taken out as well. Now it's the machine, and this is a really nice patient push here. It looks like, or are they gonna? Oh no! Oh, Shadow Eclipse hangs on for dear life at the end, man. Echo gave them everything they had and came up just 4 points short. What clutch defense there by Shadow Eclipse.
Yeah, that was such a close push on the side of Echo, you know, making it all the way to 23, but it just wasn't quite enough. That Rainmaker timer was running really low, and it just put so much pressure on Echo that they weren't quite able to be as patient as they would have liked to, and just had to run forward, and that's right where Shadow Eclipse wanted them.
Oh man, if you're Echo, I feel like, man, I wish this was a best of 5 because it seems like they just got better as that set went on, and got better as game 2 went on. If I'm them, I think if we have a couple more games, we can maybe get these guys. But Shadow Eclipse hanging on, really solid game 1, and then Gray just going in game 2 to start with that opening quad and able to make that lead hold up. So good job to them as they take the opening set of this season.
Exactly, and I mean, hey, this is great PR for Shadow Eclipse, just taking the very first set here at SAC Season 6, just already making their name known, They're a team to watch out for.
Yeah, and the whole Shadow Eclipse name, they say, is just a reference to shadow eclipses that are actually a thing that happens, and so they kind of embrace that identity as something that is not very known or popular, and the team that kind of moves in the shadows. If they keep taking sets like this on stream, I think they are going to get a little more popular.
Yeah, exactly. They might not be in the shadows for long, especially Gray, who just came up so huge in that opening push, and that opening push was exactly what Shadow Eclipse needed to win that game, just barely being able to put it out of Echo's reach. Just such good team coordination and such good plays, just diving and defending so effectively with their team comp.
Those kind of quads where you get them one at a time. It's not something where you start off with a double with a bomb or something, but it's just one after the other. Just keep chaining together those kills as you're zipping around the map are just so fun to get with Splash. So really nice to see that. Just start off again. It started with just sneaking underneath the tri-stringer, catching them peeking over the ledge, taking them out, and it was over from there.
Yeah, exactly. And it was so smart of Shadow Eclipse's team to just take advantage of that and understand that Gray was just popping off and being able to capitalize on it so well. Not really hesitating that much to get not only the first checkpoint, but just such a strong push forward. And once again, it just put it right out of Echo's reach.
And so looking at some other scores right now that have come in, looks like we're still waiting for a few more teams to finish up their round 1. And looks like here we have the Flying Dutchman taking it 2-0 over Sweet Shop. We have Unlimited Woomy United taking 2-0 over Rolling Squids. Grisco Gambit, Silly Kitties gets the edge in that one. 2-1 set, so really good job by them. Let's take a look at the other side of the Swiss bracket if we have any other interesting sets here. Wow, a couple of sets tied up now. 1904 and Crimson Waves, both at 1 game apiece, as is Axel versus Combo. So these round 1 sets are interesting because these teams are seeded here for round 1. So potential upsets can become apparent here. Some other sets that came in, looks like Data 2 over Ocean 7, Salt and Pepper 2 over Ember, Xpresso 2 over Acropora. So a lot of games happening, a lot of seasons starting. It's exciting to see these standings. It's always funny early round 1 of a tournament, that temptation to just check the standings and see, oh man, if we won our first set, if we could just stay where we are right now, we'll make top cut. But we got a lot of tournaments to go.
Yeah, unfortunately, this tournament can not only be 1 round. I guess it would be kind of funny to just have a tournament that's just 1 Swiss round and then you go immediately into top cut. But it would be feel a little unfair to teams, especially those that made it to the game 3.
Oh man, Roundy surely has another bad idea. It's only brewing with some kind of wacky format like that.
Oh my god. This is just gonna be another bad things happening to good people. Just best of 1 turf war, but you can only paint for the last 30 seconds of the match.
So it looks like definitely some familiar faces we see at the top. Naywall Gaming enjoying that 1 seed privilege. They get a bye to start things off. That's a team I'm going to be excited to see. I imagine we'll see them later. I certainly expect them to be a team that makes it into top cut. But I will be interested to see these kind of teams that are fighting for the just like the fringes there. I believe we have 2 different Swiss brackets going on, so the top 4 teams from each side will move on to the gold bracket and top 8. So it's a lot when you have, just on one side of your bracket there's 25 teams and you got to be top 4 amongst those just to get in the gold bracket. It's a pretty tall order, but we'll see what teams are up to the challenge here.
Yeah, exactly. It's just so stressing on the mind, but we are seeing some of these sets just start to finish up. We do see Sia take it 2-1 over Frostbite. We have most of our sets done in the other pool here. We do see 1984 taking it 2-1 over Crimson Waves. Very intense game 3 set. We also have Trojans took it 2 over Persistence. And yeah, round 1 here is looking to come to a close very soon here, but there's already been a lot of great efforts happening. There's already been a lot of great sets, even if we couldn't capture all of them.
Yeah, we saw a pretty good one in my opinion. Oh man, I still can't get over that Rainmaker game. Like it was, I gotta give a lot of respect to Echo. They got punched in the mouth at the start of that game, and they just came back swinging. And oh, man, like I said, sometimes you don't want to lose set number 1, but a set like that where you feel like, hey, we got better as the set went on. That's something that, even in the scoreboard, it'll just go down as a 0-2, but in your mind, this is something, hey, we can build some momentum from this because, we are playing better than we were a half hour ago.
Exactly, and some teams are just the type that warm up more and more as the tournament goes on. So we could really see big plays from Echo going on through this tournament, and who knows, maybe they might just make it to gold bracket, and we might just see them on stream later.
So it looks like we just gonna have a few more sets here to finish up. In the meantime, we're gonna take a little break until round 2 starts here, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with more Splatoon Advanced Circuit action. Welcome back, everybody, to Splatoon Amateur Circuit Tournament number 1, round 2 of our Swiss here. Broken Pinky, can you tell us what teams we are seeing for round number 2?
Of course I can, thank you. We will be looking at Big Monkey Man versus Vivid. Vivid, of course, got that bye in that first round. Big Monkey Man won a set 2-0 over Hydra. So both these teams are up 1-0 over the day, and they want to definitely win this set against each other. What do you think we can expect to see in this set?
It's definitely going to be interesting here. These teams were both pretty highly seeded. Vivid got the bye round 1. Big Monkey Man, though, the 5th seed out of their group, so definitely not huge underdogs here. It's going to be interesting to see. It looks like this team is actually coming out of Germany, whereas Vivid, I know a lot of American players. I'm sure a lot of people are familiar with. Rissa, you know from Temptation, Carnage Gaming, Eclipse. I remember playing Eclipse a lot in Splatoon 2, a lot of Div 2 games with him. And then Kira, somebody who was always grinding +3 whenever I was in there. It seemed like she was involved with every single set that was going on. So a lot of veterans getting together for this new team Vivid. It's going to be interesting to see how they can shake out here.
Yeah, but we're starting things off right here, game 1 on Rainmaker Undertow. Now, what do you think of this map, and what do you think we're going to see? We already see some interesting weapon choices. We see the Xpresso movement. We already commented on last week, we're not used to seeing much in Rainmaker.
Yeah, and this map especially, I feel like it's just so fast, and right away Vivid just going in, trying to get this first checkpoint. Can the splash get the stop? He will. Nice play there by Mert to get the stop. We'll see if that prevents Vivid from fully getting the checkpoint. I do see they get the pop here. Here's Kira pushing up, but it looks like a flank is going to take out some more. Smart play there by Kira. Just turn around. Maybe loses their life, but is able to get the checkpoint. That's just going to help the team out later on.
Yeah, very well played from Vivid, just getting that first checkpoint right off the bat. And now Big Monkey Man is the one that's forced to respond, but Vivid is just all right here. They got the pop, they have some paint behind them, but in front of them it's just blue as far as the eye can see. And Vivid is just content to sit there shark and wait for Big Monkey Man to come to them and make mistakes.
And this is a very tricky spot in the map here situation, because you want to babysit this Rainmaker and make sure it doesn't just get picked up and snuffed by, but then you're really far from mid whenever the Rainmaker does eventually reset. So Big Monkey Man keeping an eye on the Rainmaker makes it so they have no control of mid once the Rainmaker does reset there. And right away, here's Vivid just able to pick up right where they left off on that push. Eclipse pushing up with this Wiper here. Gonna be able to shred that crab and get the kill. Nice play. And gonna take on this Nautilus. Another nice trade there. Nice double there by Eclipse.
Yeah, very well played from Eclipse, just sort of bobbing and weaving, using the Wiper's mobility to just move around so well. And Wiper's one of the more recent additions to the meta, but it's very strong, with its good object damage, its ability to run quick respawn well, and it's very good strike speed that makes it very solid in fights. But now it's Big Monkey Man with the Rainmaker, and they're gonna immediately opt to jump it off, try to reset it.
Scary, I like the play.
Try to reset momentum a little bit, but again, this map is just so in favor of Vivid. They just have so much room to move around and to build so much special that Big Monkey Man is having a really hard time responding, and with Big Monkey Man's support player going down, things are going to get even harder for them.
Yeah, right now, so far Big Monkey Man hasn't been able to even touch the Rainmaker. We'll go 2 down again as Gohan's going to pick up this Rainmaker now, just kind of scouting out, looking for players from Big Monkey Man. Riss is going to pop a crab. And right now they're just holding mid. Big Monkey Man's so far back. Wow, perfectly placed Booyah Bomb is going to take out the Rainmaker.
Yeah, you could barely see that Booyah Bomb, and it really just caught Vivid on surprise. But we see Kara just going behind, getting 2 with the 52 gal, are going to get taken out by Mev, but they just go. This game has just been all Vivid so far. You see Mev on that Nautilus trade with the Wiper. Eclipse is just barely able to get that trade, and that's definitely a trade that Vivid is going to take, but slowly, Big Monkey Man is starting to move to this map, and they're starting to paint more of it in their color. This could be exactly what they need to get a push going.
Yeah, it's the best mid control they've had all game. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. They're going to throw out the wave breaker, try to just spot everybody, because, oh no, when the crab comes out, so Steel's going to have to back up. And then here's Eclipse pushing in to go after the crab target, but it's going to get punished himself.
Yeah, we're seeing Big Monkey Man just trying to make something happen with that custom junior, but they're too dead, and yeah, it's just the splash alive. The Nautilus is coming from spawn. and they're just bullying that crab, making sure that nothing can happen. The Splash is able to get a kill though. That's 2 dead on the side of Vivid, and Splash is able to take out Rissa. Very good job from Mert.
Absolutely. Here's a chance to finally get a push. We'll see which way they opt to take it. Gonna go for the further Rainmaker checkpoint. We'll see if Mert decides to... He's just gonna watch the flank here. I'm curious to see if he's gonna eventually try to flank him, and instead he's gonna pop the crab, which... nice play applying some pressure, but it's gonna be the killer whale that is gonna take out the Rainmaker, and all of a sudden 3 down now on the side of Big Monkey Man. Vivid holding up on defense here.
Yeah, Vivid has a very strong defense, but not quite strong enough to stop that checkpoint. That Inkstorm was a little too slow in spotting the Rainmaker carrier, but Vivid is still down in the numbers. Big Monkey Man is a 3 versus 2 going on. Mert is not quite able to get to the Rainmaker though, so now that there's just a Splash and Matic kind of stuck on their own deep inside Vivid's territory, and if Matic is called out, then the Splash should be in danger. We do see the Nautilus go down. We're seeing Dessert just trying to make some cabin for Big right now, but Big is losing in numbers and they don't have a whole lot of map to play with. Eclipse is able to get 2 kills and only die themselves, but yeah, this game's just been looking all Vivid right now. Big Monkey Man got the checkpoint, but they're not even able to approach the Rainmaker just because of how much control Vivid has on this map. And the specials are coming in just to really seal the deal here for Vivid.
And just like that, Vivid gonna take game 1 of this set. Really solid job by them. You know, it's kind of similar to the first Rainmaker game we saw just a little bit ago. You know, big opening push and then just able to make that lead hold up the entire time. Great job by them.
Yeah, just really well played by Vivid. Just got such a strong push off the bat and just did so well defending the Rainmaker. I'm pretty sure that Big Monkey Man didn't even get to touch the Rainmaker until the last minute and 30 seconds of the match. Just such strong control and almost playing it like a Splatoon's game, just making it so Big Monkey Man could never get to mid, but we'll see how the sort of team play between these two teams goes as we move on to game 2, which is going to be on Clam's Scorched Gorge.
Yeah, it's interesting. I'm definitely more familiar with the players on Vivid, and it's very interesting seeing kind of the adapting from Splatoon 2 to Splatoon 3. Eclipse, I remember always, I'd see him, he'd be on CDS, going with the Wiper instead, brand new weapon class, and really made it work that game. You know, just was constantly, you know, not rushing in and getting quads, but just constantly a pest. Like, he just kept coming back and was always getting trades, just always was a problem. Anytime Big Monkey Man was getting some momentum, just able to halt that. As we go here into Scorched Gorge, looks like pretty much same comps for both teams. I'm gonna stick with what they're used to and see how they can do on this map.
Yeah, both teams are trying to go with what they know and make it work as well as they can. And already you see Vivid with just a ton of map control and getting that opening pick on the Splash-O-Matic, and that's a 3 vs 2 scenario favoring Vivid right now. We are seeing the flip on that Wiper though. Oh, that's a wipe out for Big Monkey Man. Just the last few members of their team were able to take out all of Vivid. But it's so early in the game that Big Monkey Man doesn't really have any clamps to make a substantial push. There's just the Nautilus being pushed up really far ahead. The Nautilus does have a ball though, doesn't quite make the throw, but the teammate is there to pick it up, and Big Monkey Man gets a very early first pop, already breaking it 40 seconds into the game and continuing their push.
I was just about to praise Vivid for sticking together and all targeting the same people, but it looks like the Nautilus was able to just punish that by just shredding all of their health away to get that opening push started. So it's going to be Big Monkey Man who's on the board first, and the hammer throw. Really nice throw there by Eclipse, getting that kill.
Yeah, Eclipse is just being so comfortable with this Tunnel Wiper thing. It's going to be a clam pop for Vivid, but this Tunnel Wiper is going to die to the Wave Breaker. They do get the ball jump in though, and that's going to be a nice lead for Vivid, getting it all the way down to 60 points. But this is certainly not out of reach for Big Monkey Man. They just need to get the basket open themselves, and they should get this lead back. The Nautilus gets 2 nice kills and dies for themselves, but that's still a 2 versus 1, and it's just the Explosher alive on Vivid. And the Explosher is not a weapon that can really make things happen on its own. It's going to be a great opportunity for Big Monkey Man to get this lead back.
Yeah, they're able to open the basket here with the help of Mert on the crab, clearing the way. And looks like on the left side is going to be a flank. Eclipse does see it. Big Dessert's going to have to back off. But meanwhile, the more points are coming in. Dessert repositions is able to get some more points here. Now 26, that's a nice healthy lead to start off here, but still 3 minutes to go.
Yeah, there's still so much time left in this game, but Dessert was just able to come in, you know, really annoy Vivid on their plat and just come in and get 6 nice slams, getting the score all the way down to 26, but as you said, Gregory, this is not out of reach for Vivid. You are seeing the Xwasher sort of try and play on that top mid next to that crab, and just try and pressure Big Monkey Man's flat as much as possible, you know? Really create an opening so Vivid can continue to push it in. We do see the ball come out and the ink storm being thrown. The specials are starting to come out, and Vivid is trying to piece things together, but they're too dead. It's just the splash and the Xwasher, and Big Monkey Man just has such a strong defense that is really forcing Vivid out.
I don't know how Biggie Monkey Man survived all that, all the chip damage, the rain from the Xplosher shots itself, plus the Killer Whale 5.0. They stood their ground and were able to push Vivid back here. And right now we just see some scrapping in mid. The crab's gonna come out. Do they know the Kira's right under? Not really. Kira looks like getting a double to open up a push now for Vivid. They will open up this basket now, throwing a few clams of their own, and all of a sudden the deficit's about cut in half. Kira going on a rampage here, gets another 2 kills. Now he's going to pop the whale, break a torpedo, finishes it off as a triple. And did Kira open it up enough? It looks like now the clams are just in short supply. Risk is going to come in, trying to throw herself to get the lead here. She does get it, and now it's a jump in. Are they able to get this jump? They will!
Just one clam to go. There's 1 point left for Vivid, and there's only 1 minute and 30 seconds for Big Monkey Man to get the lead back. If Big Monkey Man wants to stay in the set, they have to get the knockout here, and if they're unable to, Vivid is just going to win this 2-0. And all of a sudden, the tides have really turned just off the back of that one push.
Great coordination there by Vivid. Started with Kira just going in with that 52 Yao, getting so many kills, and now all of a sudden, it looks like they're holding their ground in mid. They are going to survive that Booyah while 2 go down the side of Big Monkey Man. Can they finish off these remaining members in mid? Looks like they will, so now, you know, it's Vivid's turn. If they want to just KO this right now, they definitely have the opportunity. They have the clams, they have control of mid. They're going to pop some specials right now. This Expo is just going to be so hard to deal with in that position. We're going to break the basket. It looks like 2 down. And we only need 1 more clam man. It looks like Eclipse will get it in. And Vivid taking the set, taking game 2. Really strong game by them there.
Yeah, that was just so well played. You know, they didn't panic whatsoever, even though Big Monkey Man had the lead for so much of that match. They just didn't care. They waited for their opening, and once they came to him, they really just pounced and got it all the way down to 26. Or they got it all the way down to 1. I'm sorry, and then we're just able to get the knockout. Just that strong presence of mind is really what separates these the mid-level teams from the higher-level teams, and that's just what let Vivid come out on top in the set.
And Vivid, you know, no rust for them, sitting out round 1, enjoying the bye. Sometimes, you know, if you're that lower seed and you're facing a team that's just coming off a bye, you're like, hey, you know, maybe we can catch them a little rusty. We're the ones that had to work to get here. But Vivid, they're warmed up, they're ready to go, and they're starting off this tournament 2-0.
Yeah, and we're already seeing some other matches finish in the same bracket. We do see Xpresso taking round 2 over Ink 2-0, and we are seeing Sorty and Phase 2 taking over Hydra. So those are also teams that are up 2-0 in this tournament, and just the second round of Swiss.
Yeah, looks like we had a good set going on with Crimson Waves. There's just persistence here, 1-1 for those guys. So, you know, it's always difficult when a set goes to game 3. You know, the losing team always thinking, man, we could have had that one, we could have had that one. So good to be the team that gets that win rather than the team that wishes what could have been.
And over on the other side of the Swiss pools, we do see Armageddon taking it 2-0 over Unlimited Woomy United, and they are also leading their pool, the only team at 2-0 at the moment. But of course, round 2 is still underway. Things are definitely not over yet.
Interesting. We talked about Vivid not having any rust sitting out game 1. Naywall Gaming, the team on the other side that had the round 1 bye, they are tied 1-1 with Nightfare. So Nightfare's, you know, maybe having themselves a great day, or maybe just catching Naywall a little bit rusty. It's going to be interesting to see who can come away with the win in that set.
Exactly, and it's just so interesting to already see just the dynamics of both these brackets, and just all the teams, just they really want to be able to prove themselves and show what they're worth and what they're capable of.
And a lot of like browsing at the top 4, top 6, definitely some familiar faces. We still have some more results to come in, but teams that are 2-0, we have Vivid, Xpresso, the Salt and Pepper, Sorty and Phase 2, both 2-0 on the B side of Swiss. On the A side, 2-0 teams include Heli Die Fruit Groups. Looks like Naywall did end up taking the set against Nightfares. Good try there, Nightfares, but and they were all able to finish it out. Armageddon and Watermelon also teams that are 2-0 right now as we start off just the early portion of this tournament.
Yeah, this is just the second round of Swiss. Anything can happen. We still have 3 rounds of Swiss to go, and of course the bracket. So there's gonna be so much hype and so many amazing sets that are gonna happen as we continue to progress through this tournament.
Yeah, we're gonna take another quick break here. We'll be back with the third round of Swiss here pretty soon. There's 5 rounds in total, so definitely a lot of tournament left to play before we get up to top cut. And we'll see you guys soon. Welcome back to Splatoon Advanced Circuit Season 6, Tournament number 1. We're here in the third round of Swiss. My name's Greg, and I'm joined here by...
Broken Pinky, that would be myself. Thank you very much, Greg. And yeah, I'm excited to get into this. This is going to be round 3, Xpresso versus Data. What do you think of these teams, Greg?
A lot of familiar faces here again. I like to see Xpresso. I feel like half the time I turn on the IPL channel, I'm seeing them in tournaments. So, uh, again, another team that is definitely used to this kind of tournament experience, used to being on stream. And Data, relatively new team, but not relatively new players. Some veterans who have just kind of combined forces, and I believe they formed right around well, it was sometime before Ludi they got started, and it's going to be interesting to see kind of how they can mesh and grow together, being a little bit more the inexperienced team. Played with Ali a lot, really hard to deal with Tetris players, just constantly applying pressure. So really their whole game plan is going to be about how can they take advantage of those opportunities where she's distracting 2, 3, 4 players from Xpresso in order to push in and get some kills.
Yeah, exactly. The Tetris dualies in general are just picking up so much momentum in this game, being able to take those off angles and just being so good at distracting and hitting your team really well in team fights. So it's going to be interesting to see how the set plays out, but we're going to be starting things off here on Tower Control Eeltail. Gregory, what do you think of this stage?
Definitely I've heard a lot of people compare it to Walleye. It's definitely feels like the most narrow, definitely gives me kind of Arowana Mall vibes with its narrowness. So I would expect some long range stuff to be a decent option here. I remember Texture, I believe, is the backline on Data. So I imagine probably going to see, interestingly enough, though, not somebody who plays Chargers, more of a ballpoint heavy mini, more of a splatling player. So it's going to be interesting to see how that pairs up and if Xpresso tries to counter that with the charger.
Yeah, exactly. The backlines just get so much value on this map because of the raised bridge areas. It's just so nice to really just be able to set up on, especially on tower control. You can just wait for the objective to slowly come to you and just really just shred it from so far away. It's gonna be, yeah, the backline battle on Eeltail Alley I think is always really interesting, even if the rest of the stage is less interesting comparatively.
And we talked kind of earlier on about how, nice to kind of stack those wins early because it's not going to get easier as time goes on. We're not in easy mode now. Both of these teams are 2-0. So these are teams that, a set like this could decide which bracket they end up getting into. So, you kind of look forward to the top cut, but I think a good mentality is you're in top cut right now. This is the team you have to beat if you want to get far in the tournament. So time to take advantage of that opportunity.
Yeah, and we are seeing some interesting comps here. We see Xpresso pulling out some weird weapons. We have Hermit on the Ink Brush, and we also have the Tri-Stringer coming out on the side of Xpresso. Tri-Stringer picking up a lot of momentum as of late. Really good addition to the meta, but Xpresso's already one down. We are seeing Arito on that Tri-Stringer just trying to make something happen, shredding that crab on the side of Data. Yeah, I mean, this Tri-Stringer just has so many strengths, such as being able to shred the crab and just holding you down areas very well, but right now, Data is showing a lot of their strengths, having Texture riding that tower and just the rest of them are just diving and going all the way in. We're seeing Cena on that splash just really hold over the court area of Eeltail Alley, and it just makes it so hard for Xpresso to try and get back into things. And Data's already through the second checkpoint and just made it as a match.
This has been smooth sailing so far for Data. Looks like the plan was to get those whales out in order to knock off tower, which they did, but somebody's still riding tower, getting a few more points here in the crowd. They're not going to last long, but 29, really good start. I was going to say it's going to be interesting to see, I talked about how it's a narrow map and we see 2 killer whales on the side of Xpresso, so able to kind of pressure and limit that side-to-side movement, able to contest more of the map. And Hermit's going to go in right now, throw some bombs with their whale. Is able to take out Textures, going to also take out Ali. And this is a dangerous situation here. Dio's going to get in trouble, and Hermit gets the triple, and that's going to be the full wipeout on the side of Data. Xpresso, really good job here pushing up, and now, just like that, they're about to get through the second checkpoint.
Yeah, really well played by Hermit, just able to just aggress so far in with the mobility of the Ink Brush, and with the low points for special, Hermit already has another whale going, and Xpresso's going to be able to take the lead off this and potentially even knock it out. They're just all up in here, but the Crab is going to be able to shred the last few members of Xpresso, and Dio on the team of Data is going to just hold on a little bit longer, but things are not looking great for Data right now. They have to get halfway through the last checkpoint, and the last checkpoint is so hard to break just because of where it's positioned nearby all the roofs. It's very easy for the team to defend it, and it's going to be very hard for Data to get this lead back.
Deal with a very clutch Crab tank. That was not a easy angle to get those kills on. That could have gotten scary really quickly on that defense, but able to get it done. And looks like right now, User is barking there. Will Ali find it? No, he will not. Ali going down, and User just holding this ground here with this machine. And wow, these teams are just fighting so hard to get control of mid. Both, checkpoints broken along the way, so whichever team can get on that tower, they're going to be on their way to getting that third checkpoint really quickly.
Yeah, right now Data has control of that tower, and they're pushing it so deep into Xpresso's territory. But this is where the Tri-Stringer really comes in, just being able to launch those exploding bullets onto that tower just makes it so hard to stand there safely. And you're just getting chipped by so much that the rest of Xpresso can really jump on you. But right now, Data's at that checkpoint. They're 2 dead. It's 2 versus 2, but Data's just breaking the checkpoint out a little by little, but it's just the machine left alive, and the machine don't go down. Data gets fully wiped. Beautiful defense on the side of Xpresso, and they're going to hold onto this lead a little longer, and we have about 100 seconds left of this match.
So close there, just, it was kind of too late once Ali was finally able to take out the Tri-Stringer. The rest of Data was down, so push pretty much ended, and now it is going to be Xpresso ready to try to solidify their lead here, or at the very least just waste a lot of time. If they can push this tower, even if they don't push it too far, still able to do so. And a nice shot there by Aruto. And this is a problem now. They're working their way through the third checkpoint, and Pincher's in a great position here on this roof, and it's gonna be really hard for Data to stop this.
Yeah, I don't think Data will be able to. There's just 2 members alive, and they only have 3 points left. Pincher is able to get that 1v1 on the tower, and that's going to seal it. That's going to be game 1 for Xpresso over Data. Very well played by them.
Yeah, just wow, the Tri-Stringer really showing some value there. Just it's such an asset when you have somebody who can ride tower and get kills while they're on the tower, rather than just need to constantly be defended on their own. If they can be aggressive while also moving the objective, it's just such an asset for your team.
And that's really what let Xpresso take game 1. And now we're going to be going on to game 2, which is going to be on Rainwing or Hagglefish. Greg, what do you think of this stage?
This one, man, talk about just stages that can be fast. This one is just so fast. It's going to be all about teams are going to go for that middle checkpoint that is just right next to the little overhang area there. They can get that and then jump straight towards the final goalpost and get a lot of points very quickly that way. So that's the main thing you always have to defend, and if you defend it too hard, you open yourself up to potentially getting flanked, and I worry about that brush being the man for the job to do those flanks. So it's going to be interesting to see if Data can step on the gas pedal, but then also be aware of potential flanks.
Yeah, exactly, and I really like the checkpoint play on this stage. The middle checkpoint is obviously the flashy route. If you can make that jump, you can push it down to 30 points really, really quickly. But I think the checkpoint on the right side of the map has been starting to gain a little bit of notoriety. It's a very easy checkpoint to go for, and it's a very easy checkpoint to pivot to if you just want to break a check and get a solid lead before you sort of reestablish your control in mid. So it's going to be very interesting to see what these teams sort of opt to do as we head into this game. And obviously they have some deep pockets they might want to turn to, if Ali wants to go back on the Tetris and play something that she's a little more comfortable with, or what have you, maybe swap some other things around. But we're going to just be getting right into it. This is going to be game 2, and I guess we'll see right here if we see any comp changes.
Yeah, looks like more of the same coming out of Xpresso. We do see Ali back on the Tetris, still going with the double splash on the side of Data though, and we also see the ball points. So going to be interesting to see if the Inkjet can make some plays here.
Yeah, Inkjet is one of the more underpowered specials in this game in my opinion, but it can certainly make some great things happen. You see Data get the first pop, but Xpresso was able to get right over it to kind of nullify that advantage, but more importantly, Data has that special card on their side. And one member of Xpresso is already jumping out. So Xpresso has an early advantage in this opening team fight. We'll see if they can convert that into any picks, and they do get the pick on the tri-stringer, but 2 members of Data go down themselves. So while Tish was able to kill that other backline, it looks like Data's going to be pushed back just a little bit.
Really like the positioning here by Texture. Just barely able to get that kill through the window, and then got out of there fast, able to reposition and punish that jump. But it is going to be Xpresso now, who is slowly pushing Data back into their spawn. We see a crab fight here. Ali coming to help, but it looks like the Rainmaker is kind of creeping on this path. It looks like they're going to try to go for it, but here's that Inkjet we were talking about. But they're the last one alive. They're probably not going to be able to stop from getting the checkpoint here. Now it's a matter of trying to stop them from pushing it further.
Here comes the jump. Arito's trying to get this pop and trying to get the quick jump, but Data knows about it. They're trying to paint over the pedestal and make it as hard as possible for Xpresso to get this checkpoint. They actually make the jump. They push it all the way to 31. Very well played by Xpresso, and now this is going to be rough for Data. They have to not only get the jump themselves, but push it a little bit farther than 31.
Yeah, Xpresso is going to be a problem for Data, not only just because they have the lead here, but that kit on the tri-stringer, having that toss and miss, is going to make it so they can't really duplicate that feat, but a nice direct there by Texture with the Inkjet to get some control, and that's 2 down on the side of Xpresso, so Data's going to go for this push, see if they can get the first checkpoint of their own. Crab coming out here, they're going for the left checkpoint, gonna get it again, like you said, fairly easily, and it looks like they're gonna possibly get some more points out of this. They got the repop, going for this path here. They're so close to lead, oh, just 5 points short.
They just get it to 36, but unfortunately 2 members of Data go down, and they aren't able to get a single member of Xpresso down. Although the Dio is able to get the Ink Rush down. Very nice play, but it looks like that Data's just going to be forced out of that position, and very nice of Tyuser to get that pick onto Dio. We're now looking at the Rainmaker here. Arito is trying to cut this Rainmaker, and obviously, you know, this team is often to force their backline onto the Rainmaker, but Arito's just been so good at handling it. He's getting so much mileage out of it, and things are just looking really rough for Data as we're heading into the last 30 seconds, or last 2.5 minutes now.
Yeah, looks like both teams have a member down. Inkjet is ready on the side of Data. We'll see if Xpresso gets back into the corner. If we'll see that pop. Another one goes down, and here comes the push. They gotta try to stop this. Texture will get the stop.
Yeah, but notably, Xpresso has put this Rainmaker very deep into Data's territory, and while Xpresso is respawning, they have a lot of time to sort of paint mid and paint a path of defense before Data can really get to the other side of the map, because Data has to push it quite deep into Xpresso's territory. We do see Cena on the crab art, able to get Hermit on the brush. Rainmaker is going to reset, but Xpresso still has the numbers advantage. It's just the ball point and the splash alive. We do see the other splash respawning and trying to jump to mid, but we've just seen Tyuser just able to poke so effectively with the machine. And all of a sudden, Xpresso has control of mid, and they're going to be picking up this Rainmaker once again.
And right now, Tyuser just keeping an eye out for Ali, and it looks like most of the members of Data got pushed over the left side. Really clutch stop on the Rainmaker there. That could have been dangerous. Looks like they had some room to run in front of them. They will get the stop, but right now just trying to get things sorted for their mid. It was a good point there. It's interesting, Xpresso, if they choose to take the more out-of-the-way Rainmaker path, it might not get them more points, but it may stall for more time, which is what they're going to do now with a minute left. Booyah was able to punish Texture there.
Yeah, very nice Booyah from place, just punishing the Inkjet landing. Without a backline, Data has a lot less of a reliable, you know, anchor to fall back on. But using Tyuser win the 1v1 over Xena, very well played, and there's only 45 seconds for Data to make something happen. They're 2 dead right now. Things are looking very bad for Data right now. Xpresso just has so much control over mid, but they do get the pick onto Hermit, so Data might be looking to turn this around. You do see Arito on the tri-stringer just patrolling all of mid from the tent area, but is forced to back off a little bit. But notably, Arito does have this whale to protect the Rainmaker from moving forward in just the last 20 seconds of the match.
Yeah, right now teams just kind of popping their specials, jogging for position as we get ready for this final push. Crab is going to come out on the side of Data. Looks like 2 members are a little out of the way for Xpresso, so if they opt to take this mid or right, they might have a path. One player is going to get taken out, trying to get into the left here. Ali pushing way up. Gonna die in that reef slider though. They're going to go for the jump. They do get the kill, but it looks like the Toxic Mist is preventing them, or some ink is preventing them. Texture's just going to go forward, and they'll get the lead!
Oh, what a good play from Texture at the end. Not quite able to make the jump, But before it's too late, they just opt to go around the stairs, and that squid roll just able to give so much momentum to the otherwise slow Rainmaker, and all of a sudden we're at game 3 of the set. Data takes the second game, and this is now a do or die game 3.
Wow, Dio and Xenia putting in work with Ali to just clear that path to the Rainmaker. Really good communication there. It seemed like early on in that game, their timing, their callouts were maybe just a little off. We noticed early on it would be Xenia pushed from one direction, died, and then a second later, Ali would be pushing from the other direction, and she would get taken out too. But this time, they were all full force on the same page, and they just started getting kills when it mattered most, able to take that game. Really awesome job.
Have to hand it to the aggressive members of Data, just really keeping Xpresso occupied. But now this is a do or die game. Whoever wins this game wins the set, and this game is going to take place on Clamblitz Brinewater Springs. What do you think of this map?
It's I keep saying it's kind of in the category of maps that are unique but also good. I feel like a lot of the kind of weirder maps in this game end up being hated, but I haven't found much of a reason to hate this map yet. I think it's just different. We're still figuring it out, but it's a lot of fun to play on. As far as Clan Blitz goes, it's interesting because it feels like your spawn is so far away from the basket, so games tend to be a little lower scoring as people are a little timid. They want to play for their lives because getting wiped here is just so catastrophic for your team.
Exactly, and I think Clamblitz is definitely the best mode for Brinewater because you do have access to the ink rail on that lower flank region, which you can get out of spawn, which means with the right coordination, you can actually get fairly far behind the enemy very quickly. So I think just sort of the team play and the coordination around, especially Ali on these Tetras, if she opts to go for the dives, it can get a lot of mileage for her and her team. So it's going to be very interesting to see this team play. You know, Data does have the momentum on their side, you know, getting that clutch overtime victory, but it's up to Xpresso to try and stop anything like that from materializing.
I love that we're all tied up here going to game 3 again. These are two teams that are 2-0 right now, two teams that are fighting for a chance to be one of the top 4 teams to make it out of their Swiss group into the gold bracket. And, you know, you can't afford many losses if you're going to be top 4, so you know, whatever team can come away from this 3-0 is going to be in really good position here. Game 3 underway now, Data versus Xpresso. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, we do see a bit of a comp change from Data. Ali's going to go back onto that machine that they were playing on game 1, but otherwise these comps are pretty much exactly the same. And right now we're playing Clamblitz. I've heard Clamblitz described as turf war with an objective, so map control in mid is going to be very important, but already the crab is getting cancelled very early. Xpresso doing a great job just coordinating themselves to get rid of that crab, and here comes Hermit. Deep into the side of Data, Xpresso gets off the basket in just the first 30 seconds. We are seeing Hermit being contested a bit by this crab, but the basket is still open, and Hermit keeps it open just a little bit longer, but Xpresso isn't quite there to keep the push going.
Hermit was dodging bullets from that crab like Neo in the Matrix there, but finally got taken out. And again, you know, 74, not a whole lot of damage. We'll see if Data can come back here. Gonna have to dodge a lot of specials now. Xenia's gonna get just taken out by everything there. And it looks like mid control is gonna go back in the favor of Xpresso as another crab comes out to try to challenge that.
Yeah, Pincher's doing such a good job with the crab, and one of the splashes from Data comes down, and Xpresso's already back by the basket. Pincher is dropping clams right in front of Aerito, just trying to get that ball formed, and that ball is online, but Aerito is a good way away from the basket, but Xpresso does notably have the man advantage, and they do have some specials on their side. Bomb is going to come out from Data, though, to just try and stall it out a little bit longer, but here comes the whale, here comes the crab, and that's going to be the basket open for Xpresso once again. And right now, Data doesn't really have any specials online. They're just going to have to try and defend it with their main weapons as best as they can.
Yeah, this big long straightaway is so useful for Crab and so useful for the Killer Whale 5.0, which we've seen Xpresso use to just keep pressuring Data back. And right now things are getting a little scary here as teams are just trading right now. Xpresso seems to be out of clams at the moment. Somebody does pick up 3 more though. They are going to score those. But here's that wipe we worried about. So, you know, got to get a move on here if you're Data. This is your opportunity to get map control, get the clams you need, get some specials so you can get some points on the board yourself.
Yeah, and they opted to have Xenia carry the ball. Bit of an odd choice making the Splash carry the ball, especially as they're going to Crab now, which means that ball is going to be inaccessible for Data for a few more seconds while the Crab is in this duration, but hopefully they can use that time to really clear a path to break that basket. But I was going to say that here comes the Killer Whale 5.1 from Erito, just making sure that this doesn't happen, because the longer you stall the time, the more opportunity your team has to push the enemy team back, and Xpresso's doing just that. Data's just not really able to get in. Xpresso just said so good for defense. We see Texture on the Inkjet trying to get some picks, just open things up a little bit more, and they are able to create the space they need to get the ball close to the basket. But Data's just not quite able to get it in there yet. Talking to Crab, but Data doesn't want to approach and take any more risks than they have to, and it's kind of costing them because they just spend a lot of time on the push, but they finally get the basket open and get 3 balls in there.
I don't know if it was extreme patience or just insanity. I was begging Data to push in, but 60 points, they can't be too upset about that. Yeah, you don't have to get it all back at once. They've definitely gotten themselves back into this game right now. It's going to be interesting to see now that they've lost that mid control, and then do they notice Hermit on this flank? Hermit's going to back off, sensing that their presence was known. Right now, it's going to be interesting. Looks like Data's just trying to get their specials ready, because Xpresso's going to push in with them. Here comes the Killer Whale, here comes the Crab. Booyah's going to come out on the side of Data to try to spread things out a little.
Yeah, we're just seeing Hermit and Erito just playing so well off each other, Hermit's just running around distracting people, and Erito's just so able to get those picks. Gets the nice mid or snipe on the Inkjet. That is not easy with a tri-stringer, but Erito senses that they're probably going to get rushed and does jump out with the 4 clamps they have. But now Data has a ball on their side, and they don't have that much more to go before they get this lead back. We are seeing a battle with the Crab and the Sloshing Machine on the right side of the map. Looks like the Sloshing Machine is going to win it. The Slosh goes down, and Xena goes down too. 3 down on the side of Data, and Xpresso could garner this into a push and maybe even a lockout on this map.
Yeah, this is scary right here. Data has to stop this now. They do still have their pity clam, so they lost the one. They know Hermit's right under there. They will take out Hermit. So if they can pick up their pity clam, they'll get another one and get what they need to try to set up their final push here, as we are under 30 seconds left.
Yeah,
Pinter's very close to having his Crab ready.
Yeah, Pinter is going to get that Crab and not going to quite build a clam. Very smart to make sure that he's not being located. Pinter is trying to get Dio and does get the kill on Dio with the Crab. Trying to get the other Crab away from their teammates. Not quite able to do it, but the Crab does not claim any kills, and Pinter has a ball and another score from Xpresso will end this game. Things are looking really bad for Data right now, but 2 are dead on the side of Xpresso. Pinter's not quite able to get that ball in the basket, and they now have the 15 seconds left in overtime to make a play and make it all the way across the map and get the lead back from Xpresso.
And they gotta take care of Hermit first on the brush. Hermit will get taken out. Texture Pop and Inkjet trying to clear some space. They're gonna need to throw this ball in. They do. Can they follow up? They get... Oh my gosh, Data takes the lead and wins the game.
What in the world? Just a last minute push gets the lead back by 1 point. I thought the Toxic Mist was going to slow them down just enough, but Data says no. We're going to squid roll through it, and we're going to score not only 2 balls, but a few more clams and extra credit. And Data beats Xpresso 2-1.
So many things there. Watching Data play so patiently on these pushes, and there wasn't a whole lot of scoring, throwing clams in one at a time. They were throwing full power clams in, getting their points in chunks, 20 at a time. It worked out for them, and man, that was the edge of my seat the entire game. I can't believe that they clutched that out. Really awesome job. Saw some amazing things there at the end of that push. It looked like Hermit the Brush almost had the jump on multiple members of Data clumped up, but they were able to spread out, get the kill, and then Texture pops that Inkjet, which is able to just push the members of Xpresso back enough that the rest of Data can kind of sneak in under the Inkjet trail and throw in the clams that they needed.
What a beautifully played set by both teams. Neither team that got the big opening push held the lead to the end of the game. That was 3 knockouts, and that was 2 consecutive wins by Data in overtime. Just a really good comeback, and the presence of mind and the mental fortitude of both of these teams are not only what got them at this tournament, but what got Data the win. So just a commendable effort all around.
We didn't see their comps, but I'm assuming, or we didn't see their builds, but I'm assuming at least some LDE came into play there. The power of LDE. just taking a look at some few more sets that wrapped up the 3-0 teams we have, and Data just became one of them. Vivid, who we saw, they're also 3-0. Salt and Pepper right there as well as SynRG. And then on the A side of the bracket, looks like some of those teams we have are Silly Kitties, Armageddon, and Naywall 3-0. But that's about going to wrap it up for us. Broken Pinky, where can the people find you?
Well, everyone, you guys can find me on Twitter at brokenpinky_. I don't post there a whole lot, but, you know, maybe as the new year goes on, I'll post a little bit more, make it a resolution of mine, who knows. But, Gregory, I gotta ask, where can the wonderful people of this Twitch chat find you?
I'm on Twitter at whatisagreg, and I'm on Twitch at Gregory Live. You can catch me playing Splatoon 3 and doing crossword puzzles, so we need your brain power for that. Feel free to help out on Sundays with that. It's been great commentating with you, though. Glad we got to see some really awesome sets, especially that last one. And stick around, everybody, because we still have a few more rounds of Swiss before we get into the top cuts. So stay tuned.
Yeah, and we're going to be handing it off to Weave and Echo, so make sure you guys give them a warm echo, or a warm welcome, and that's going to be all from us. See you guys later.
And we are back with SAC Season 6, Round 4 of Swiss, with two teams that are really solid, Seed 3 and Seed 4, Unlimited Woomy United versus Defrost. I am a new commentator here, Echo, joined here by Genie7. Yeah, can't wait to see what these teams are going to be bringing to us.
I'm very excited to see what Defrost is going to be bringing. They are a team on the up and up, and it's gonna be really good. We also have or Unlimited Woomy United on the other side, who's got a lot of healthy results for us and are one of the favorites to win not even just today's tournament, but the tournament, like the entire season of SAC.
Yeah, both of these teams have gotten a decent number of like top 16 places, even some top 4s in tournaments without skill caps. So paddling pool, some swimmer sinks, and they've definitely been formidable even to teams that are banned from SAC, still giving them a large amount of a fight. So they're definitely coming in here with a lot of practice under their belts and ready to win this entire thing. So it'll be interesting to see how they fight.
It's gonna be critical for both these teams to win this match. If you hit exclamation mark bracket in the chat, you'll be able to see our bracket. We have two sides of Swiss, lots of teams in both sides. So a 5-0 record will guarantee that you make gold. A 4-1 record will also more than likely guarantee you, and very, very few 3-1 teams. Both these very few 3-2 teams will make it to that gold bracket. That doesn't mean that silver isn't necessarily as great as gold, but you know, silver versus gold kind of is. If you're looking for that championship, both these teams can't drop this game. They have to. They will need this victory if they want to stay on that hunt for today's tournament victory.
Right, and with SAC, you get many more points from doing well in gold bracket than you do in silver bracket, because it takes into account that you generally do perform better in the Swiss stage if you get into the gold bracket. And so if either of these teams is able to get into that, then it can pretty much solidify their point in contention for top 8 of this season. Unlimited Woomy United has been in top 8 for Season 5, but they have to still prove that they still hold that pedestal. So we're going to be seeing Zones Makamart, then Tower Inkblot, and finally ending it off with Rainmaker Mincemeat Metalworks. This is a selection of maps. Many of them we've already seen for years with Splatoon 2, Makamart, and Inkblot. Mincemeat has been one that I've seen a lot. It's sort of different than both of these other ones, where Makamart and Inkblot, there are a lot of ways to push into the opponent's base and have so much aggression, but Mincemeat is... there is practically one way to push in. Both teams know this, and so they will do everything in their power to make sure you do not push in. So it is much more of a defensive, slow pace of a game. So it'll definitely be interesting to see how this set goes out.
I'm very, very interested, because Zones Mako, a lot of teams that have played, most of these teams, this is a definitive mid-level tournament, have played Splatoon 2, and have played Zones Mako, TC Inkblot many times before. Rainmaker Mincemeat, its most loved mode is Rainmaker, and it wasn't in the last game, so that could be a very unique map coming at the end of the series. But here we are. We have to start on Zones. We have to start on Mako, a map and mode that a lot of these teams will not be unfamiliar with at all. Both these teams rocking the comps. Not too surprised from any of these selections. Here we go. Game 1.
Yep, we're going to be seeing a lot of paint coming out from the side of Unlimited Woomy United. Going to refer to them as Uwu, just to support this Carbon Roller who really wants to be unseen by the opponent until they can get an angle. Already going to be trying to go on the right stack. There are already many teammates of Defrost trying to get a pick here, able to chip off the opponent enough for their teammate to finish it off. And just going to be staying safe here with that man advantage. They're going to be able to retake this zone and try to hold this neutral stage.
They're going to have to really get a lot of value out of this Wavebreaker and out of their Trizuka, which is on their way. Because they have to deal with crab tanks, which are coming online for Defrost. Defrost loses one of their crabs before they can get anything done. Blossom on this right side trying to find some members of Uwu. They are able to find one. Uzi is down, but the zone still in favor of Uwu. While they are losing their members, the zone is still taking. Jumps are actually going to be camped. This should be a very good opportunity for Defrost to camp, and they have got it.
Oh yeah, after getting 2 down initially, they were just able to recognize that and take immediate advantage. Though the cap was immediately taken by Ubu once again, they did get that penalty, so they have a lot more breathing room here. Just trying to stay on left stack, trying to stay alive here because of this crab tank, but unfortunately going to be going down to this Squelchers. Noth doing really well on this mobility from Squelchers. Illy just seeing that and punishing them for going up a bit too far in that engagement, though.
Machine can do such a good job to punish Crab. It can also do such a good job at spacing members out. You see that wave breaker from Defrost. You see those fizzy bombs. A Booyah bomb at the ready. This was like hard way for Uwu to go back in the zone, but a Trizuka with Tri-Strike will always get you a lot of space, and they've got so much damage done, so much chip, and forces all those jumps out from Defrost. They actually pop a Crab. I think that one's a little bit preemptive.
Yeah, because they just are getting out of their spawn, this crab is taking a lot of space, but there wasn't really anyone there to, from their teammates to try to take even more space with that crab. Wavebreaker coming out on left side, just trying to keep up this momentum on left with Woomy, with their teammate up here, trying to hold left stack with the Carbon. So aggressive, so explosive under that ledge. This crab tank coming out on the right side, trying to get a bit of space. The Wavebreaker going to get the Squelchers down. This might be their chance as the Carbon is last alive. Oh, that's going to be a retake.
Massive plays from Defrost. They knew that CD was on that left side, underneath their glass. They couldn't go towards that Carbon underneath the ledge. So they all went around on our screen to the right side, knowing that they'd have to get into zone. And that's the only way that they were able to get in, and they muscled their way through.
Yeah, one of the best things to do if you know a Carbon is in a certain point is just to ignore it and go the other side. But right now, Woomy's trying to go on left stack, having a lot of movement here, going with their teammates now. Pretty unexpected, and these team fights are coming out, able to get 2 down before this crab is really able to get set up against them. And now that crab is done, that HP is gone, and they are going to get rushed by a lot of burst bomb.
Close game. We got 2 minutes on the clock. Both teams lost their splashes to start this. We're going to see Nub try and get the E-Litter. Can't find them. They're going to run back. Wavebreaker is out from Defrost, trying to push their way in. They found Woomy on this right side and are punishing them over by class. 2 members of Defrost storming that zone. Nub is still trying to stay alive. The Crab Tank is going to force all the members of Uwu away. The jumps are not going to be able to come out, and that's Defrost getting control of the zone. Just momentarily, the Tri-Strike from Uwu is able to stall it. For the members, there's just not enough. They have to reset.
Yep, I really like that jump out from the Squelchers because they have their special. You can see the glowing on the top of the screen, and the Crab Tank's coming out as well. This Wavebreaker is going to be huge, and they only got it because they jumped out earlier to conserve it. They marked the machine on the right side. We'll be trying to move up on the left side with... Yup, there's the pick. And if they are able to get another one, this might be huge for them. Able to keep the machine on right side, able to get a pick as well. Just getting that retake before the lead goes in the favor of Defrost.
The Wavebreaker created the space for Woomy to stay alive on that left stack. Trizuka comes out, takes out the E-Litter. E-Litter, as soon as it falls, everyone on Defrost are scrambling. Because that main central point of protection, that main central point of, hey, this is where we're going to hold from, is gone. If Delta can hit a shot on this crab, get a lot of damage done so this crab gets no value out of Woomy, this will be massive. Ooh, their time is ticking down. There's not much time left. Crabs are out from Defrost, trying to go into the zone. Woomy's on the zone. CD trying to stay alive. They can't. They have to paint the zone if you're Defrost. They gotta kill. This is gonna kill, but the Tri-Strike is painting the zone. Can they cap it? Can they stay alive through this bomb? Yes, they can. Crab is now out for Defrost. They're trying to camp the jump. Can't quite cap it, but they have the zone. They have another life in this game.
Yeah, this is not over. They are not losing this game 1 without a fight. And they're going to be 2 down, unfortunately, on the side of Uwu. They might be able to retake on the side of Defrost. Only 40 ticks left. They really need to just hold back and get special as they see the T-Tech has their Ink Strike. They just want to get another special here so that they might be able to push in. Not much time left. Not trying to go on right side with this Tri-Strike.
Oh, the Tri-Strike will get it!
A huge amount of paint. Here comes the Crab Tank really soon. Able to get a lot more space, but there's a retake, and the Scorchers are down. This is much less paint on them, but Splash goes down, and so much paint.
Oh, and the members of Defrost, they fall in zone. They couldn't pop that crab. There's no way. They were just trying to stay alive, and as soon as you pop that crab as a splash, you will not have enough to paint to contest that zone. And that's going to be Uwu with the 2-point victory on Mako Zones in our first match of round 4. My goodness, what a game.
Yeah, that was so many retakes, so much control, and the end of the game was sort of a paradigm to the rest of it, where there was so much explosiveness with the side of Uwu with that Carbon. and they were just able to get enough picks, enough of a scramble going, so that they were able to finally retake it. Going into game 2, Tower Inkblood, we'll definitely be seeing a lot more of this explosive gameplay, maybe from a Carbon, maybe from a different weapon, but the machine as well on the side of Defrost will have a lot of space here, and Crabs will be paramount to taking control here. So
I'm interested to see what Uwu's going to come out with. I'm wondering if they're going to pick up the Rapid Blaster. I'm going to see if Nub is going to go swap over to a Rapid Blaster, which they have been known to play in the past. I won't be surprised if on the side of Defrost, Delta stays on a Charger. Whether that be E-Liter, because of its extra range advantage, or swapping off in the non-E-Liter matchup, knowing that Uwu probably will not be running one, to swap to the V-Charger. V-Charger VAC Spot Bomb does more work against non-E-Liter teams than E-Liter does, especially on tower control, because Wave Breaker on tower control and Ink Mine isn't as strong. It isn't as oppressive as it is on like zones or Clan Blitz.
Right. I definitely think that Rapid could be an interesting pick just because on the side of Uwu, you have, if they go the exact same comp on Zones Mako, so that would be Carbon, 2 frontline shooters, and Squelchers. Squelchers have so much mobility, they don't want to be on tower. Neither do the Carbon or the aggro weapons. The Rapid gives that ability for someone to be on tower. And there we see it, the Rapid Pro with the Ink Vac.
Yes, Ink Vac Rapid Pro. It is a underrated weapon. It does have a sub that it would rather have something else, like a torpedo. But you know what? It is still a weapon that does a lot of chip damage from a long range. And pairing that with 2 weapons that have burst bombs can be devastating. And devastating against an E-Liter. And that I would be very scared of if I was Delta.
They're already set up in mid. That E-Liter has so much range with that crab pick on right stack. Crab on left, though, going to be able to take both splashes on the side of Defrost. This is a huge amount of aggression down. Woomy just going up immediately on the Charger, not realizing that their teammates have went down so quickly in mid, and they already have their back. This is an Ixuka trying to get a pick, able to get a crab. That is a huge pick. They're going to be so much, there's going to be so much time before they're able to get specials for this retake, but that either
That's good for Delta.
Really good pick.
Great, getting that respawn punishing, respawn onto the Carbon is so good, but the back, no, protecting the tower, protecting the jumps, this checkpoint is going to be so much in jeopardy if you're Defrost. How can you get there? Your machine is just trying to protect the Charger, and no one is able to get even close to the crab-wielding Woomy United.
Yeah, this Rapid Pro is just going up here. They have so much control here with the Carbon protecting them. They're just able to take so much space. That's going to be the 3rd checkpoint in this first push, the first minutes.
Wow, there's no time for Defrost. They have to get here. They have to go to this tower. They don't. They have given all 3 checkpoints in just under like a minute 20. This is insane for Uwu. Just one more push and this game would be over. The push, I don't even think is done. They got the jumps coming in. More members of Defrost are falling. Nub just trying to go in. Again, this Rapid Pro causing so much damage. And they'll be able to live if they just get this back off. Not quite in time. Not able to turn around to the crab. And Delta and Lucifer doing enough damage to get the members of Uwu. Just push back, not even off the tower.
Yeah, and the Carbon going down once again, but here comes another crab. Unfortunately, they are 2 down, so this crab is going to get rushed. That's finally able to get 3 down on the side of Eliminated Woomy United. Defrost finally has a bit more breathing room, but man, that is so much damage in the first 2 minutes of the game. But it is Tower Inkblot, so there can be just as much of a turnaround. This map is known to snowball very far.
Oh, Woomy! Where's Woomy going? Oh, I thought Woomy had a good flank, but they got spaced out by the members of Defrost. Such a good position for Defrost now. They've gotten the Carbon down, and the Carbon is such, if it has any map control at all, you have to paint every single ounce, because you know that threat is just lurking. It is hiding in that shadow, and with it gone, that allows them to have a little bit of a push. But ooh, they're ready. They've got crabs for this defense.
Yeah, definitely. These crabs are going to be here for the Carbon, but with on the side of Defrost, they are going to get just completely wiped here with the Carbon going up on the side of left stack from Uwu's perspective, just able to get their attention a little bit diverted from tower as the rest of their teammates push in from the red side, able to get that delayed wipe. And now there's a bit more time for Defrost to get space because that wipe happened so close to Unlimited Woomy United space. They were only really able to get mid, so Plat is still very much contested here as the E-Leader is still trying to be on statue with a lot of protection from Plat. Rapid Pro is able to go down, for Defrost, so they might have a bit of a chance here with a crab tank on left. They might be able to get a bit more paint here to try to start their own push.
This is a good spot because they aren't able to punish the jumps, and the members of Uwu are in their own plat. On the members of Defrost plat, 3 members gone from Defrost. All the rest of them have to jump back and just get their specials. They have a crab tank at the ready. Both teams do. Wumba, she's gonna pop hers, trying to look for more space, trying to force the members of Defrost back. Yeah, and bats are all under control. Tri-strikes in, lots of damage, but 2 members of make that 3 members of Uwu are gone. What can Uwamba do? If you find any more, she gets 1, but has to leave. Has to reset. Wait, her teammates are jumping in. Wait, this is crazy. Turns the fight on its head. Gets another one. Crab tank's so close to being ready. Uwu still in this fight. Defrost can't find any space, even in their own spawn.
Yeah, and there's just constant pressure here trying to get these crab tanks, get these Booyahs used defensively so they're not able to use it on their own push. This Carbon able to get flanked on these crab tanks so that they're not able to see it just from behind. And there's so much aggression here that finally Defrost has 2 crab tanks to be able to use to try to get back into right side. But Woomy's still flanking on left side, just holding the space, sharking around this crab tank to looking on the left side. So Woomy's still unaccounted for. This might be they're trying to get mid here, but with 1 down, just able to get the Carbon. This is still a 3v3.
What are you supposed to do in this final fight? You have to get through 3 checkpoints, and that T-Tech can get not just 1 tri-strike off on the first checkpoint. Probably can get another one off to the 3rd checkpoint. They actually go down after using it, so this is an insane opportunity for Defrost. You have to make this push count. Not only that, because it's the last push of the game. They have a crab tank at the ready. Ealer on tower, and Woo's just gonna get on the tower and say, you know what? I'm gonna roll around on it. We got a crab tank coming through. I don't really care. This game is over. See you next time.
Wow. The aggression there, and just even though their T-Tech went down, the Carbon just knowing that it was very unlikely for there to be complete control on left side. They didn't quite have control of plat, so they were just able to move in very quickly there. Just jump on tower, force the splash off of the tower, and stay there until the end of the game. That was a completely different story than Zone's Mako.
Phenomenal game 1 and a dominant game 2. They didn't even get through the first checkpoint on the side of Defrost. Unlike Mako, where they had it at 2 points, 2 points. Uwu are set themselves up to really, really have a good shot at making it into that gold bracket. But if you're Defrost, don't worry about it. There's still more tournaments. There's still more time to make gold. And just for everyone coming into this tournament, it's nice seeing a lot of teams have more messages than just saying, hey, yeah, we want to come in here and win the tournament. We're okay if we just go in here and do our best, just find some good scrim partners. But they really, really pushed Uwu so hard on that game 1.
Oh yeah, even though Uwu got a 2-0 on Defrost, this was still very close, as Uwu still had many opportunities to go in on Tower Inkblot. Just one of the main things was the Carbon just recognizing Tower Inkblot is such a good map for Carbon because there are so many ledges for it to stay under, so many opportunities for it to flank and just pick the opponent up before they can get special to push back in. And we saw that only as Defrost, got their specials, they were able to push Uwu out of their base for that defense. And I think that's really the key for being able to work against this comp. And there's definitely a lot of potential there. Defrost did have that really close game on Zone's Mako, so they're still going to be a very formidable opponent for the rest of this season.
Yeah, and with that, I am going to be hopping off mic temporarily. I will be back later in the tournament, just had to fill in. And we do have our round 5 matches ready. We will get you the match that we will be streaming momentarily, but we will be having a quick, short break. With our matches being ready, this break will be, I want to say, at most, probably a minute. We'll see you on the other side.
See you soon. We are back with SAC Season 6 Tournament 1 on the last game of the Swiss. We are getting into Ink D against Sassy Spikers. I've definitely seen Ink D around. These are both Div 4 teams in Ludi's, so this is going to be an interesting set to be certain.
Oh yeah, 100%. Just looking at the kind of weapons that Sassy Spikers runs, it's definitely going to be interesting. There's not a lot of traditional weapons on here, but we'll leave that to a surprise, and obviously the teams will surprise as well. But I know a lot of teams are looking out for Inked. They definitely look formidable.
Yeah, and these maps are definitely interesting. Clanblitz Eeltail will be starting off on, and both teams able to have such good aggression, and this map is definitely one that if you don't have a good ability to get into a retake, it can feel dominant, as the bridge is so hard to get a retake in. But what are your thoughts on this map, Weef?
It's interesting. I actually haven't played this map all that much, so my thoughts are kind of scattered. But what I do know is, like you were saying, that bridge is super hard to defend. Or it's not hard to defend, but once they get on there, it's hard to push them out. If you're on that bridge, if there's somebody on the roof on the side, there's almost nowhere you can stand where, like, they can't really get at you, especially some of the more long-range weapons. So yeah, it can feel, if you get a good push set up, it can last for quite a while, even if it is hard to get in.
Right, and we're going to be seeing both of these teams just going to be starting it out. Might see an Ink Brush with that flash tag. We're seeing a Nautilus double splatling here with a Gal and Machine. This is a very aggressive comp. Ooh, the Rapid and Brush combination. These are very interesting teams. Very unique.
Yeah, not really sure what to expect out of here, just because it's not something you see every day. Double splatling on the side of Inked, but not even the backline splatling. So they're running Mini and that Nautilus, which is not something you see every day. Love to see it.
Oh, those directs on the Rapid. It's going to be going on the right side. Just being able to pressure a lot of the space that the Crab is trying to get. Able to get a pick on the Gal with the support of its teammates. Just going to be going back into mid. They know they have all of the space in mid. They just need to wait for these clams to come up as they maintain this control. But Deceased not going to be letting them go in for free here. Able to get a rain off after they get a pick. This might be their retake into mid.
Sassy Spikers does have 2 specials on the board, and we see that Rapid pop the Tri-Strike, which does mean that they are going to be able to defend a little bit, especially with that Booyah increasing that machine's survivability so much. And we do see Ink go 3 down with that Mini, just trying to get out and live to see another day.
Yeah, and this is one of the main differences of Clanblitz with any other mode. We see that Sassy Spikers gets a 3-down situation. That is huge and the start of any push on any other mode. With Clanblitz, you've got to get mid with that. You've got to get clams. They only have 10, and you need 8 for a power clam. With this crab kick on bridge, so they might be able to get a lot more space here to be able to get into the opponent's crab kick, or into the opponent's clam basket, not the crab, my bad. Here comes the Real, though, on the side of Ink. None of the teammates went down to the crab, so it's going to be a 3v3 situation here. Snow trying to go in, not going to be able to get it. This might be their push with this power clam.
Yeah, they're starting to build a big total of clams, and with Inked only going a few more down, then they're getting really far pushed back. Specials are going to be popped, and they are going to look like they're going to get pushed in and get that first clam in, starting this push out strong.
Yeah, that Ink Strike on the right side, the Booyah Bomb on the left created so much space for them to go in. Josh trying to get a lot of space here, but that's Flash Ball coming out from Snow. Batson going to be using that, but going to be going down to the Ink Brush, just having a ton of space here. You cannot try to go into an Ink Brush. You have to use the extent of your range against it because it has so much mobility that it can overwhelm you. There is still a push going on here as they are getting down to 23. There's so much aggression here, so much space control that Sassy Spikers has able to get 2 down as the brush goes in. They don't have much time. They have to get in here, but there are 5 clams left, and that is going to be a knockout. Very fast on the side of Sassy Spikers.
What an insane push. It took them a little bit to set up, but once they were there, like we were saying, it was so hard to get them out. They just kept they just kept going in and not winning their fights, and they just weren't able to get that hold that they needed to rush them out. And they just did exactly what you do with a good clamless push. They were rotating who's holding and who's going to get the clams, and it was overall incredibly dominant play here from Sassy Spikers. Let's see if Ink D can take it back on Splat Zone's Undertow Spillway.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest things on that map that helped Sassy Spikers move in is the combination of the Brush and Rapid. The Rapid having a lot of area control with its area of effect blasts was able to create a lot of space in mid initially, and then on the opponent's base, they had to space out for the Rapid and then finally rush it. But if you rush the Rapid at the wrong time, then the Brush's mobility can just go around you while you're waiting it out, or be able to be right beside the Rapid if you try to rush it while it's there, and just be able to punish you for that. So there's a lot of synergy with all of Sassy Spikers, just knowing when InkD is going to be trying to push in and punishing them for that, so they have so much time for their specials. We'll be seeing a lot more specials coming out here in Undertow Spillway. Just trying to keep zone control here with 2 of them instead of the one that we're used to. So we'll have to get into this.
We do see on the side of InkD the same comp, but Sassy Spikers opts out to trade in a vanilla slosher, getting that double tri-strike, which is interesting. But I guess the theory might be that since there are 2 zones, you can pressure both sides with the tri-strikes versus with maybe a Booyah Bomb or a different special, you can more so pressure one. But it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out as we start out with Sassy Spikers in the lead, holding zone and popping specials.
Yeah, here comes the Tri-Strike, but the machine just going to be going in. That's the main flaw of the Tri-Strike. You cannot go in the ink with it, and you are stuck in it until you use all 3 of them. So there's so much time that Rascal had to be able to punish there. Able to get a pick with a direct there. The rain from the Nautilus just chipping it down so that the Rapid was very weak to that. And now here comes the BL Bomb. They might be able to get a push in here with Batson trying to shark around, getting a Ultra Stamp against this crab potentially. Machine going down, Stamp still at the ready. Here comes a Whale on the left side, the Brush trying to go in. Here comes the Stamp, this might be it, as the Ink Strike is able to get a retake.
Yeah, it looks like 2 down on the side of Sassy Spikers, and that means that they might not be able to hold for as long as they expect, but 2 down on the side of Inked as well, and they are kind of backed up. You got that Slosher holding that zone on the right now, and even though the rain is going to come out and pressure them off there, they still have a pretty good hold on mid, and their timer is going to begin to start ticking down here.
Yeah, we see Cease trying to aggress here with the Rapid, but that AoE and that area control of Rapid is just so difficult to deal with as a Nautilus. It's going to be pinging your feet a lot, and that is going to lower your mobility. No, just going to be going down to the Rapid once again. Just setting up here with Ink Mines. The Crab take on right glass, going to force out InkD, having to jump out here. Batson still trying to shark around. Probably close, has Ultra Stamp now, might be able to use it, but Goose not going to be letting them in without a fight. Here comes the BL Bomb, here comes the Crab, here comes the Raid. Batson able to get a pick here as they're going up on the side. They have to get this now.
Yeah, no, Sassy Spikers just had so many specials during that push and used them and coordinated them really well so that they had maximum benefit out of all of them. And even though they did get pushed out very briefly, they take another wipe and they're going to be able to take zone again and start working on that penalty and make sure that InkD is not going to be taking the lead anytime soon.
Yeah, this is still anyone's game, though. There is another BL Bomb on the side of InkD, so they're just charging specials here, staying really passive, waiting for that Crab Tank, waiting for all of their specials. Now they're coming in with 3 of them. They're not going down before they can quite get effect here. Tri-Strike coming out from Sassy Spikers. 2 of them are down. Just the Crab Tank and the Stamp coming out just now, but it's going to be alone. Splash trying to do what they can, but they're already going to be 2v1 here. Fights taken very sparingly as a team, as a group from Sassy Spikers, and waiting for the enemy to go in one by one. That is a stagger into a wipeout as Fonica just goes up and picks off the Splash before it can do anything. That's another knockout on the side of Sassy Spikers, 2-0 on the last round of Swiss.
Yeah, that crab on the glass combined with the wipeout was just the nail in the coffin of we are not going to be able to get back in here when there's only 10 seconds left on the clock. Once again, incredibly dominant play from Sassy Spikers. It was especially with that Rapid, not quite a comp you would expect to see succeed so dominantly, but they definitely made it work there.
Yeah, that was extremely dominant. There were some times, though, that InkD was able to get a retake, but there was just a difference in special coordination and team fights there. There were a couple of times that InkD didn't recognize that one of them was going in a bit too far. Sassy Spikers immediately recognizing that, with the mobility of their team, with that area control that the Rapid has, the mobility of the Brush, and the mobility of the rest of the team, and ability to respond to those situations was what helped them win this set. So we're going to be seeing, Top Cut's going to be starting very soon. We'll be seeing a lot of teams that we've seen throughout Swiss there, so keep in touch for that.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, even though sometimes it's always amazing to see a set that is down to the wire, who's gonna win, but it's also nice and refreshing sometimes to see those sets where you can see a team really show off and to show you what they can do.
Most definitely. I think there's also just a lot to learn on both sides with situations like that, because often you see in matches where you go down or don't make use of all the opportunities and get a loss because of it. There's a lot to learn from those, but there's honestly just as much from those that you do well in. You can see what your team has done and how you have improved from the past, and that can be really motivating to really go into this Top Cut. A match like that is going to be a huge morale booster for the rest of this tournament for Sassy Spikers.
Yeah. Once again, what a great set. And Top Cut starting soon, so we're gonna see even more awesome matches starting then.
Yeah, we will keep in touch then. Leaf and I will be waiting.
everybody, and welcome back to Top Cut of Splatoon Advanced Circuit. I am Weef, and I am here with Echo.
Hello, hello, and yeah, we are going to be getting into the top cut of this bracket. We have been in a round robin for the last 5 sets, so all of the teams that have went 5-0 and most that have went 4-1 in their respective brackets will be here. We are starting off with Armageddon and Assault and Pepper. Both of these are Div. They have been in Div 2. I know Armageddon is currently in Div 2. Assault and Pepper has been in Div 2 in previous seasons. Both of these are pretty well-established teams. They've been around for a long while. I know Assault and Pepper got a, I bought them in low ink, and that was a long time ago. But yeah, this is going to be definitely an interesting set to start off this season of SAC. Armageddon did get 4th in the one-off event of SAC a couple of weeks ago, so they're definitely going to be contenders for a top spot in this tournament, but Salt and Pepper's not going to take that sitting down.
Yeah, we see a lot of familiar faces on these teams, and, you know, even if these weren't familiar teams, just to get to this top cut means that you are going to be pretty dominant in your sets, so it's definitely going to be an interesting match, and, you know, I'm never sure what to expect when it comes to these.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I know, yeah, Kipu, 17 Rats, Soren, they've all had a decent following at least, so it's going to be interesting. We're going to be getting into Inkling Auto Academy for Game 1, and you'll see the unknown mode, unknown stage. That's because Top Cut will be a counter pick. So if, let's say that Armageddon wins Game 1, Assault and Pepper can choose the map and mode for Game 2. So this can be a bit of a tide shifter when it comes to what weapons does your team prefer and what maps do they tend to perform well on. So Zones Inkblot, pretty solid map. Doesn't have too much of a favoring on either side. There's that big wall in the center of the stage, and so if a charger can get set up there, then it can be helpful, but there's still so much cover that more frontline oriented aggressive comps can work around. So there's a lot that many comps can do here.
Yeah, you've seen a lot of debate recently about like how chargers are overpowered and all that sort of stuff, but on stages like these where there aren't those super long sightlines, but there are good sightlines, I believe that they're pretty balanced, and so, you know, you're likely to see one, but they're not going to be completely controlling the pace of the match like they would be on any, like, for example, Hammerhead or a stage like that.
Yeah, most definitely. I think there are definitely situations in certain parts of the map that each weapon does really well with, that doesn't do that well with. Even Crab Tank, which is known to be a very, very powerful special, many say it's overtuned. There are a lot of points on any given stage where Crab just isn't that great. At this point, though, it has gotten optimized to a point where if you have a Crab, you're probably going to use it from a spot where you're going to get a lot of value out of it. But you still have to get to that point, and the opponent can know those spots as well, and there's a lot of counterplay with it. So I think we're going to be seeing a really interesting set here, because Inkblot on zone specifically, it's very common to see the opponent, if they get an advantage, to just go on the plat of the enemy. This is a map where you can get pretty far in the opponent's spawn on splat zones, and so if you get into a full lockout situation, you can stall out a lot of points, a lot of time, before the opponent is able to try to get a retake on zone with some specials.
Yeah, but one thing I do like about this map is that it's not impossible to get out of it like it is on some other maps, but we are going to be going right into it. First off, we see a Hydra, Devil Splash Machine, versus a more aggressive comp that is a Splash along with a Machine, a C Junior, and an Ink Brush.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a lot of support coming out here from the Splashes, from that Junior especially, with their torpedoes. But the Hydra's going to be a defensive core in Armageddon's comp. We see it just on that overlook on the Greats, and it's just going to be looking at all of left zone here. None of A to P really able to move in on left side, but Jeff's just going to see that, He's going to see that, and with the Whale going to be able to get a pick. They're just going all in on right side as the Crab is trying to look at mid, trying to get as much space as possible. When they see none of them are looking over here, they're able to get 2 with only me going down. That's going to be huge as they have a Booyah Bomb out for this Hydra. Kipu trying to stay alive here, but still a huge start for Assault and Pepper.
More aggressive comp indeed, as they take no time in getting up there into their plat, like we were mentioning, and getting in and making sure that they are pushed back. They already have a lead of 40 points, and even though Armageddon is starting to take their lead here, they do go 2 down, which means that the lead is only going to get further and further pushed back. And now it's really going to be, the pressure is going to be on for Armageddon to get back in, as Assault and Pepper is starting to build specials again. They have a crab tank, which is going to be putting pressure all over their plat and almost shredding that Booyah and getting it to where it's going to be super difficult. But the zone is starting to flip, and we do see Booyah Bomb coming out as all of Armageddon is starting to respawn, and they start to take a little bit of mid control back.
Yeah, 2 of them have dropped down on left side. They don't have much pain, but they were able to pick out Soren. Here comes Genesis on top mid, able to get 3 down. That's a huge wipe.
Wow.
That happened without any time. They're just going to take that all in. They have a crab tank. They have all of their plat, and now they're just going to try to set up as far as possible. This Hydra's on top mid, watching right side, but the crab goes down before it's able to be used. There's still 1 down, 3v3 here. The crab's just going to come out to slow them down as their splash can respawn. This is going to be a timer ticking down. They have 2 BLs, but the crab tank, the Whale, and the Wavebreaker are all online for Assault and Pepper. They have the specials, they have the crab tank, they have those torpedoes. The brush coming in from left with the Whale. They're going to be able to pick up the Hydra. This is their push.
But even then, they still don't have the zone quite capped. But the Hydra goes down, which means that their defensive options are going to be taken out, and it might be a little bit easier for them to be completely wiped out here. As we see the splash go down, the machine goes down, the Hydra's back in the play, but their other splash goes down, even though they had the crab tank, and they're going to be starting to get pushed up on their plat again. This has been a really back and forth match so far in terms of who has a lead, and we did see Armageddon get so close. But Assault and Pepper is here and saying, we're not going to let you take that, and they're really making sure to get back in full force.
Yeah, that Whale trying to keep a bit of space here, but on left side, the splash just jumped down and was able to get 2. That was really solid play. The other teammates just having to jump out, wait for their specials. They already have some of them. They don't want to die with that Wavebreaker, with that crab tank. Just wanting to stay a bit passive here. They still have the lead. They have this time. 17 Wrath might be going on right side, but that crab is going to be coming out a little bit early, so they still have a lot of time here. Hydra's just going to be watching right side as the crab tank comes out. This is going to be the start of their push with that Whale.
Yeah, the time is ticking down, and they do get a pick with their Booyah Bomb, but they do go down to an Auto Bomb. And the zone is multicolored right now, but it's mostly yellow. Even though 2 of them are down, it looks like they are going to be the end of that. It is going to be the end of that push there, unfortunately. But though both are 2 down, Assault and Pepper goes 3 down, and this is Armageddon's chance to get back in here and really try to get back. Even though they have that massive penalty to get back through, the game is far from over.
Well, Soren's not going to go down alone. They still have zone here, and we get a few jumps in. Soren's just trying to get space on left side. Going to be going down to that Booyah Bomb, though, but they stalled enough time out for all of their teammates to get online. This Whale coming out from me as the splash starts to drop down. Siren's already looking at it. It's crab coming out, just able to pick them off, but it's not in a great position. Still able to deal with the machine, though. And this is just a huge back and forth. Finally, Armageddon gets the zone, but it's still a large penalty, a lot of time left before they can quite get this lead, so it's still anyone's game here.
Yeah, especially with only 50 seconds left on the clock, 45 now. It's going to be really hard for Armageddon to get back in here and get that control and get set up for a long-term push with such little time left on the timer. But they are going to be pushing it. It's a 4v4 right now, a big scrap in mid with the crab tank, and we're just going to try to see both teams do their best to make sure they have the zone secured. Right now, It is Armageddon at the lead, and they only have 10 seconds left in the penalty. And one on Assault and Pepper's side has gone down, but the Booyah Bomb's coming out, the crab's coming out, but the timer is still ticking.
Dennis is trying to go on top mid, just having a lot of this follow-up shots, able to get a direct from top mid. That's going to be huge in getting this, but not before Assault and Pepper just goes on right side, able to get this cap. They have to get this cap now. Unfortunately, not quite able to get it. That's going to be game 1 for Assault and Pepper.
We saw Armageddon get so close there, and if they had capped at that last little moment, there is a very good chance they would have taken the game. but Assault and Pepper just really made sure their defense was good at the end and managed to just eke it out with a neutralized zone, almost exactly split 50-50. What a first game.
Yeah, I'm really curious as to which mode or map they're going to be going for a counter pick here, because Hydro Splatling, it definitely does better on certain maps than others, and I wonder if they have other weapon pools or will just be deciding to stick with the Hydro Splatling.
Yeah, they're going to want to pick a more defensive map, or based on the comps we've seen so far, they're going to pick a more defensive map just based on their comfort running a backline and the other team not having that. So if there's a map where having a backline is a big advantage, like a museum, or there are several other maps, if we see Clambless scored, which, you know, if you can get up on that snipe, if you progress to the tower, it is very advantageous to see a backline up in there.
Yeah, I think especially with the Splatling, with the run speed that's often used on them to just strafe around while they have that charge, we'll be seeing one of the win conditions for Armageddon is just getting Kipu, the Splatling player, onto that top mid on Scourge, and then just pretty much solo being able to go on left side and pressure that part of defense for Assault and Pepper while their teammates are pushing up right side with maybe a crab tank, maybe a Booyah Bomb, and just a lot of forward momentum. So this is definitely an interesting map. I like this counter pick from Armageddon, but this is also a map where the mobility of things like Ink Brush can be really helpful. So Assault and Pepper's not out of this.
100%. And we'll see what we'll be running here. We do see on Kipu's Splash Back that they also play Ballpoint and Heavy, and we do see the Heavy come out here. That faster pace is going to allow them to get into the basket sooner, and we do, again, from Assault and Pepper, see a very aggressive comp. Same comp.
Yeah, they really just want to get this paint, get that aggression, get those picks, and fast. But keep it going on the Heavy Splatling. This is going to be a wave breaker and a lot more mobility than the Hydra. It has a lot less time to charge up a full volley of bullets. So we're seeing a crab tank immediately on right side just to get a huge amount of space here, trying to get Kipu on top mid with this crab tank coming up on top mid as well. Huge amount of space here. Assault Pepper just has to give them space. Machine going down to a lot of the chip damage from Grade. The splash going down as well to the same crab. Now they're 2 down on Assault Pepper, just trying to get a clam as soon as possible. Genesit's going to be throwing it in very soon. Start this push less than a minute in.
Yeah, they're all focused on that ramp. And we see Assault and Pepper really backed up here, but they don't quite have the control to keep getting clams in, so they're going to be forced out pretty soon before they can get a monumental amount of points. And that is 2 down on the side of Armageddon, and a fast comp like Assault and Pepper is going to be able to move in very fast, as the name would suggest. Even though they do go 1 down, because Gray is all the way in their base, flanking, we're going to see them start to take mid back a little bit.
Yeah, Jeff's just trying to hold this hold this bridge area, trying to make sure that Kipu doesn't go on it, but already going to be trying to aggress that with the crab tank, helping Kipu just waltz right into here, getting a huge amount of 2 volleys from the crab tank and the Heavy Splatling. Not going to let Siren stay in that aggressive position with that power clamp for long. Oh, the Shredder on Kipu might be able to destroy this crab tank before it's able to get that much value out of it, but not quite. Still able to get a lot of mid control on right side. Assault and Pepper still having a lot of paint, especially with the Scout Pick. They might be moving in about now.
Yeah, unfortunately that crab does have so much HP that even Object Trader doesn't help much, and even a massive damage fouling isn't able to do much of it. So they had no choice to put the pack out there. As we see, double crab from the side of Armageddon try to push in and make sure they can get another push, because a lead of 26 points is not something that you can really rely on, especially this early in the game.
Yeah, most definitely. Clams on Scourge is definitely a map where if you get locked out, it is so difficult to get in that position, but if you're able to get that position, then there are so many points you can get. Such a devastating map on defense, but the mid can feel like such a slow neutral state. As we've really seen, not much has happened since that initial push. So much has changed with the mid going back and forth, but still not quite dominant on the clam basket for either team. Just going to be backing up here, but sort of able to get a pick on the crab tank as the Booyah Bomb's coming out from the machine to try to make the most of this pick.
Yeah. For a brief moment there, we saw Armageddon have most of their specials online, but unfortunately their Heavy Splat goes down before they can use the Wave Breaker, and we did see that crab get cancelled. but it's a relatively even playing field out there with Assault and Pepper actually going 2 down. And Armageddon is going to start rebounding out of their base, and 3 do go down. This is the chance for Armageddon to make their second push, and if all goes well, it could seriously put them at advantage.
Yeah, here it comes. They're going to be giving another Pity Clam to Assault and Pepper because of this, so they need to get value out of this. Getting a Crab Tank have 10 more clams here, just passing them from mid, as this Crab Tank is just trying to get as much space as possible, but the Crab from Assault and Pepper is going to get a lot of value, as Soren's able to just hold so much of left side. 3 down on the side of Armageddon. They're going to be going in, and going in fast with this brush.
Yeah. Especially with a 3 down situation like that, their goal was really to stay alive and try to get that crab so you are able to hold them back as much as you can. It looks like they're not able to really capitalize on their lead though, or that big advantage though, as they aren't pushing in quite as fast, but with a Booyah Bomb and a crab and 2 power clams and change on the side of Assault and Pepper, we are going to see them make their big break pretty soon here. 3 power clams on the field. That can be really bad really fast. They are able to get that last power clam down, but that is the lead. Wow.
Yeah, 3 power clams. Each of them does 20 points to a clam, to the opponent's basket, and so with 3 of them, you are going to get 60. That's going to be the lead for Assault and Pepper, but it is a very, it is one that will not be that safe, as there aren't that many clams that Armageddon has to get in before they will be able to retake that lead, and especially with 2 crabs on the right side and the Junior being left alive, just trying to do what it can with these torpedoes. With the Wavebreaker, it's not going to be able to get in, and that might be the lead shift again into Armageddon's favor. They still have clams, they still have time, they need to get them out of their spawn before they get this power clam in. If they're able to get just 1 clam in, that will be the game. So there is time ticking down, 30 seconds left, and just the Pity Clam coming up. It is not over for Assault and Pepper, but they need to get mid now. The whale coming out and trying to get a bit more pain here, but Rush goes down. The whale trying to get a pick on this heavy. Gal goes down, not much time. They have to get it in now, and it gets thrown.
Oh, wow.
As the game ends.
That is painful to see. Assault and Pepper are probably really frustrated with that, as anyone would be, just the last second. But, you know, if the overtime was a few seconds longer, that could have gone very differently, and we could see a different victor. But, in the way the game currently works, Armageddon does take game 2, and we're going to see what Assault and Pepper chooses to counterpick with.
Yeah, I think that was definitely a good counterpick for Armageddon. They were able to get a lot of space from the heavy splatling, and their initial push was largely because of, with the crab tank, with the heavy splatling, there were 2 volleys of ink happening at any given moment, and it was pretty impressive on the side of Assault and Pepper, because even though their comp is a lot more aggressive, they don't have that much range, they don't have that much space to work with range, and so they just have to back up and respect the crab tanks, respect the heavy splatlings, and then Armageddon can use that space for themselves as their own aggression comes in later on. So I think for this next map, we might be seeing Assault and Pepper choose something that's a bit more beneficial for their ink brush, especially. There are some maps that are extremely good for it. There are some maps that are much weaker for brush. It largely depends on how well can they be seen, how difficult is it for them to flank quickly. So we might be seeing something like a Muckamart pick.
I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Rainmaker from them just based on their fast play style, because all the other modes rely on taking control for a very long period of time and not getting forced out, but a fast comp like that is going to want to, you know, take control as fast as possible and really take advantage of their super fast weapons like their ink brush, and just not having that that anchor that is so beneficial but also could hold them back a little bit.
Yeah, most definitely. We'll have to see what they choose. But I do think that Heavy has been a pick that... Oh, Tower Sturgeon.
Interesting.
I think this is a fair enough map. If Assault and Pepper gets pushed out, then they have the right area, which is very flat. The heavy splatling, or whatever Kipu chooses, can only look at one side, the left or the right, and so they can just aggress whichever side that Kipu isn't looking at, and do so very quickly. And this is also a map that very much favors very aggressive play styles. So
I don't disagree, but there are some fantastic spots that either Heavy or Hydra can get really perched up on and can get really hard to move. And we also see, any weapons with Booyah Bomb are going to be strong because it's just, you can't stay on tower, you can't defend a checkpoint if there's a Booyah Bomb, or you can't not defend a checkpoint if, like, there's a Booyah Bomb. But
right, but
it's definitely, I think it's a very balanced pick, and it's gonna be a real fight to see who comes out on top of this.
Most definitely. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of Booyah Bombs from Jeff's machine, a lot of crabs from Soren, to try to get that Heavy out of position, to try to get those crabs from Armageddon out of their comfort zones, and to really take their advantage to the most, to try to get the opponent's perch and hold it for as long as possible to try to get through that second checkpoint, which is so vital on this map. We're going to be seeing a Gal come out from Armageddon, and the same comp, whatever. Oh, wait, no.
Double machine
for Soren instead of a crab. This is going to be a lot of chip damage, a lot of Booyah Bombs coming out.
We see a bubble on the side of a Salt and Pepper, which is something that, is incredibly useful on tower control because you can't contest the tower if there's an invincible shield in front of it. But we do see the Heavy Splatling, the double crab versus the double Booyah, and we'll see which one comes out on top here. Well, both crabs are already ready on the side of Armageddon. I'm expecting to see those soon, as they're going to be able to take mid, but one does jump out, putting them at essentially 3 down, even though they do still have that special, and we're going to see both teams go down 2. It's basically completely neutral in there, and we're going to really see who is going to be able to take it out on top.
Yeah, Keeper trying to take a lot of space on right side, but just a bit too far up, going to get punished for that, having to move back a lot further. Kelpers as well, trying to get space with Splash's ability to paint for itself, able to get a really clean pick on the machine. That is actually huge because the machine just went down, they have Booyah Bomb, but getting splatted in this game means you have 7 seconds where you cannot paint, and you respawn with half your special. So that's going to be a lot of time before its Booyah Bomb comes out, a lot of time before they're able to get that retake. But the bubble's coming out on the side of Siren, so we might be seeing some sort of a retake, but Raid not going to let them go down without a fight, and not going to let them get their snipe without first moving them out of here with that crab tank.
Yeah, with that mark, that crab had a very sharp eye on Jeff over there. But right here, we really do see the use of stealth jump, and or not necessarily stealth jump, but just jumping in, as even though Armageddon went 2 down, they were just able to get right back in the action due to their willingness to just jump right in, as we see right there, even. Gonna not go well for either of them.
Yeah, and that's going to be a 2-down situation for Armageddon. The Whale coming out just to try to get the snipe here, trying to make the most of this 2-down as the tower is slowly inching closer to the first checkpoint for Salt and Pepper. They have both Booyah Bombs online here, so as soon as Armageddon tries to push him with a crab, I know one of those Booyah Bombs is going to come out. There's already one online, the second one's being charged. Both of these crabs just waiting that out. First one coming out, Heavy's trying to use Wavebreaker, but the Gal goes down, and the splash, just the crab on the left, right side, and Keeper trying to get space here, but there's not much time before they get lead. Able to get a pick here, but the bubble comes out on Talon. They might be able to get lead with this. They get the lead, trying to get checkpoint, but that bubble is already down. And one more pick, and it's a 2v2 situation.
Yeah, we see jumps coming in left and right, just like we saw from Armageddon. But here, they are holding even further in, and even though they do go 2 down, flushing them out has proven to be extremely difficult, as they do just get that hair's breadth of a lead over Armageddon.
Yeah, and we're seeing Armageddon already having 3 specials here. Salt and Pepper sort of clustered up on right side as the Whale's coming out, trying to displace them a little bit, make them move away from their teammates so they can't help them against this crab. Just going to make a lot of space here. The Wavebreaker trying to get the snipe and perch. A lot of space here, but no one's on tower. They're just waiting for picks. Able to get a pick on one of the machines. Soren's still alive though. Siren bit backed up here with Knee, trying to just hold the front line, but the crab going to be able to take off Knee. Soren trying to be on bridge. Gray going to be moving up here, but Jeff just respawned, able to get that pick, and it's a 3-down for Armageddon. That was a fantastic defense. Just patience, waiting out those specials until they can move in with a safe push of their own.
They still have 2 specials on the board. They have that bubble, which is, they're already going to come out when they start getting into their court over there. And we saw a Booyah ready and another Booyah also ready, but the other one did get canceled.
Yeah, Soren's going to just be trying to hold the snipe as long as possible, but Gray not going to let them do that just so easily, getting a triple full wipeout as now 2 crabs are online, getting as much paint as possible in mid. They have to get this space on their side. Gray not wasting any time getting on their snipe with his crab tank. Just going to be trying to shark it, but the Fizzy Bomb and these bombs coming out, forcing that crab out very early on, and that might be a win for Salt and Pepper, honestly.
We do see so many specials on the board for Armageddon, but one of them does go down. That's one of their crab tanks unavailable, as their other one isn't charged, and they already are popping them. We don't know if they're going to see enough steam to get this through, but the clock is ticking, and they do get the lead, and it's only the brush, and so we might see that. We almost see the checkpoint broken here, and we do see it broken, but that is, it's just, they keep on coming, they keep on getting the picks that they need. 10 seconds left. There's it's contested, but there's a crab on it, and that is a KO on the side of Armageddon. What a match. You know, it was back and forth the entire time. We saw that lead get extremely close, and then we saw them finally get their feet back under them and to get that beautiful, beautiful KO.
Yeah, I think there was definitely a change in how Armageddon approached that last push compared to the previous one where they went 3 down. They saw that Salt and Pepper was just waiting out for someone to overextend and then punish them for that, so they didn't have a special. So Armageddon just said, you know what, we're going to just wait this out as well. Wait until we get a pick or two and just get space in front, because this Ink Brush doesn't have that much range. We have a Splatling that can have so much oppression over you. So we're just going to wait you out, force you to move into us, and then we're going to keep up this pressure of lead. Hold it in front of your face until you finally decide we have to go now, and then know exactly what time that's going to be. Punish them for that, and then take the lead, take the KO with a very staggered situation at the end of the game there.
You know, these are games were all extremely close, and you could easily see it going to the other team, but that's the glory of it, and we will see Armageddon moving on quite soon here.
Yeah, and Top Cut will be continuing very shortly with J-Man and the very own Genie, who is on for Swiss Round 4, so that's going to be a formidable pair, but until then, Weave, how can we find you on socials?
You can find me on both Twitter and Twitch at WeefSlider, like Reef Slider, but with a W. And Echo, where can we find you?
Yeah, you can find me on Twitch. I stream sometimes at Starry_Echo, or at Twitter at StarryEcho_. One of them was taken when I was making those accounts. Also, if you need any coaching, just let me know on Twitter.
All right. Thank you all for watching, and we will be back shortly. Well,
Yes.
not us, but the stream will be back shortly.
IPL will be watching.
See y'all next time.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back from that short break. I am Genie7, joined by J-Man. J-Man, we are here. SAC Season 6. Can you believe we're already 7 seasons deep, even though Season 6?
Yeah, I mean, Season 0, technically, if you get Season 0, we are indeed 7 seasons deep with SAC, and I'm excited to get back on the mic here. It's been a while since I've done a little bit of Splatoon commentary, and happy to be co-commentating here with you, Genie. And we've got a very interesting matchup on the other half of the bracket. I know we were watching and we were keeping eyes on the Silly Kitties versus Vivid match, and Silly Kitties ended up taking that set 2-0 over Vivid, but they have to play one of the SAC hard hitters now, SynRG, a very strong team.
Yeah, SynRG they have been going. They had an insane performance in Season 5. They qualifier 1, 2, 3, 4. They had gold bracket third place, gold bracket third place, gold bracket second place, and then the fourth qualifier, silver first place. Not as strong as pool Swiss play, but still, they had an insane run, and they're hoping to, get their first gold victory today. And this win in this round would put them one step closer.
Indeed it would. And of course, going against them Silly Kitties, this is a team, Genie, that's relatively new, kind of formed in mid-September of 22, just last year. And they have a very interesting set of players here, a very interesting team comp. Doesn't look like Zengoose is playing for Silly Kitties today. But in terms of their players and their weapons, you see some off-meta picks here, like you got a base slosher on Ferrari, for example, or you have Woomy, who has a standard Splatoon wiper instead of the Stamper, which isn't, an interesting pick. You don't see too much wiper yet, as much as I think we would love to see. I know you and I were talking about that a little bit. And then you also have some very solid picks in general. Red Cap on the, Vanilla Shot, Splash, Tetra Dualies in 52, something that we've seen a lot of, obviously, with the current meta in Splatoon 3. So I think it's going to be a very interesting set. Silly Kitties obviously knocking off Vivid 2-0. That's a big step forward. Their main goal, obviously, for this year, they do want to win Division 4 of Ludi. They are currently a Div 4 team, and I think they can do it, but we're really going to have to see how they perform against SynRG, who, again, has, pardon the pun, great synergy here.
Haha, I see what you did there. I definitely did see what you did there. We are in a best-of-3 counter-picking format. Our first map mode combination will be Splat Zones, Museum del Alfonsino. Coming out of Silly Kitties comp, what I did see when they played against Vivid, they played Wahoo World and Inkblot Zones. Those are the maps that they played. Flingza, Tetras, I want to say Enter Generic Shooter, probably Splash here, and Wiper. 2 QR weapons being the Tetras and the Wiper. Jumping into that Flingza, causing a lot of chip damage, I want to see how SynRG is going to be able to play with the unrelenting aggression and continuous damage on them.
Yeah, SynRG is very good at having putting continuous damage on their opponents. They are one of the more aggressive teams here in the SAC. Almost very similar, I would say, to Nullwall Gaming. They do have that aggressive playstyle that can push opponents back quickly. And on Splatoon's Museum d'Alfonsino, there is quite a bit of room to move on the left and right sides coming off that spawn, Genie. So the most important thing for Silly Kitties here, if I'm playing against SynRG, I want to try and keep control of that center spinner as much as possible. Try and keep them down with the flings up, put it under their plat spinner there. If they can send maybe one up to get a couple picks on SynRG, that's going to be absolutely huge. But if I'm SynRG, I'm looking to get an early pick here, maybe on the possible right flank route, especially with a Splash or a T-Tech on the other side. So it's going to be interesting to see how the teams kind of come out of spawn here. It's going to be an interesting round to play. Again, this is a best of 3, as Genie said. We will be seeing best of 5 in Grands. Of course, this is also counter picks as well. So whoever loses this game does get the counter pick the next map mode combo.
Yes. Another point that I want to follow up on with what you were saying with the picks. I believe that this map will be not won in the first fight, but will be won down the road. Maybe the third, maybe the fourth, maybe the fifth, maybe even the sixth. We don't usually get that many fights, but with a quick respawn comp coming out of Silly Kitties, if they don't get wiped out, the Tetras and the Wiper will be back again within 4 seconds. Similar to Splatoon 1. So those two can just go, if those two members of Silly Kitties can just go in, if they don't find anything, As long as SynRG doesn't eliminate or splat the final 2 members of Silly Kitties, Silly Kitties has another push. 5 seconds later, and it makes no difference. Because tell me, what are you going to do with Stamp, and what are you going to do with Reslider? Those are not Crab-like specials. They're not that meta-defining.
No, they're not. And I think that's going to be something Silly Kitties is going to have to work around here, because I do expect a splash at least coming out of SynRG, at least one here on Splatoon's Miazan D'Alfonsino. But I do think what's interesting, you bring up the point of quick respawn, and we really didn't get a lot of the old school quick respawn meta like back in Splatoon 1. Obviously, in Splatoon 1, quick respawn was broken. In Splatoon 2, it fell off quite a bit. Maybe you'd see it on Tetris, maybe you'd see it on a shooter. But in Splatoon 3, it feels like quick respawn now has more of a purpose again, as you said, with weapons like the Splatana Wiper, the Tetra Dually still run quick respawn quite a bit. And that can lead, as you said, to a lot of fights that SynRG is going to have to be ready for.
Yeah, and the fights are going to be continuous, allowing themselves for SynRG not to burn everything. If they burn everything, then you're out of luck. You will most likely be out of luck. And never count any of these teams out, because as it is Splat Zones, and as we do have really strong teams, a massive double or a massive triple for either team can really just flip the entire match on its head. I won't really know who's got the massive advantage until the very, very end.
And so, of course, Silly Kitties in the blue, SynRG in the orange, and we are going to be seeing the double splash come out on the side of SynRG. Crab Tank is a very powerful special on this map in particular, because you can basically sit on plat and paint most of the zone. But look at this, Silly Kitties immediately getting an early pick, pushing up on this left side. It's going to end up in a trade situation for Bunny getting the pick, looking to get a second pick. A great double with the slosher there, as Tenta Missiles are already going to be coming out on the side of Silly Kitties. But a very early fight won by SynRG here, going to be able to force the members of Silly Kitties back onto their plat as 3 members of SynRG go down.
They're back. Even though SynRG won that first fight, they won it. They won it clean and they won it clear. Silly Kitties came back. The jumps are in. You see, more jumps are back in. Silly Kitties are still just here. They're going to continue fighting, and they will never stop fighting.
Yeah, and again, it's a 3-3 situation right now. Tetra's going down, a splash going down. Now Silly Kitties going to be losing their splash. They are going to be losing a little bit of an advantage here as the Crab Tank is coming out on the plat of SynRG. Respect rolling in, going to be able to get a pick. However, has to deal with the jumping in. Tetris is going to get the pick. That is going to slow down Silly Kitties a little bit here, Genie. And now Respect is just going to opt to sit on this mid spinner. This is going to be a tough push in for Silly Kitties, but a Crab is at the ready. First thing Silly Kitties has to do, though, is establish some pressure on the plat, on their own plat again, which they're going to be able to do with this Crab Tank here.
Missiles, Crab Tank, great job. Silly Kitties able to start going in. They do lose their Stamper down to half. Half is still around, just trying to pressure Fresh. Half has to stay alive. They're like the last member of SynRG, and they're still fighting. They see Woomy. Woomy's able to cap the zone. Woomy's got jumps in. Half has to stay alive, and that torpedo says no. We'll track them down. Papa Hotel's jump is gonna be camped as that is on this wiper. This is insane for Silly Kitties. They just continue to put the aggression on.
Yeah, and I love to see, again, we mentioned the quick respawn and how aggressive you can be and constantly coming in and back for fights. And Silly Kitties is taking advantage of that. They're not what I love about Silly Kitties here is they're not over pushing onto SynRG's plat, knowing that they have very powerful weapons to take back their plat almost with ease. But what I really like about Silly Kitties here is their ability to get these key picks. Like we see Woomy kind of acting as a distraction with the Tetris, 2 down on both sides here. The Tenta Missile's getting fired to pick off one of the members there of SynRG, and now we're getting unfortunately a pinch scenario there. SynRG able to take out the Flingza here. They are going to be able to recap the zone, but look at this, the Tetra's
doesn't care about
trying
that.
to get another pick.
Woomy doesn't care. That trade is so far in Woomy's favor. They're alive. The Slosher's still gone. Woomy's back. Woomy's jumped in. Woomy's on this left side here, still trying to go in. The more we go, the better it is for Silly Kitties. Except SynRG has control of the zone and already just about going to take the lead. Members are going down. The fight is going down in the corner. B-Bunny and Half. They're just trying to find Woomy. Woomy not able to hold the zone. The zone flip will be on the side of SynRG. That is a good lead for them. Bunny, Half, trying to find Fresh. Fresh is just trying to stay alive here. This is dangerous because if Silly Kitties lose their Flingza, they have no missiles for the next fight.
No, and unfortunately they don't, and the timer is becoming a factor here, especially because SynRG has so much good control of the zone, but that is a big pick. Unfortunately, Woomy not able to stay alive there, probably getting picked off with a bomb, a hammer, and Crab coming in. They are going to be able to get a couple members of SynRG, and they're going to be able to get the zone back. Half looking like trying to, flanking off their flag, going to be Crab tanking on the back side of Silly Kitty's left spawn area there. That is going to be absolutely brutal for Silly Kitties. They are going to have to work together to try and push this back. They are going to try and opt push from the right side here. Unfortunately, Tetra's getting picked. Flingza safely jumping out. They have missiles at the ready, Genie, so it looks like Silly Kitties is going to have one more chance, possibly two, to really get this zone back in their favor.
Missiles are coming out. Papa Hotel and Respect are both going to go down to the chip damage from the Wiper and the missiles. Beautiful job from the Kitties. The Bunny popping Tri-Strike just to see if they can hold some space, but they have to jump out. They have to live in this scenario, but they're not going to be able to. Kitties, great opportunity now for them to get on their plat. They have a Reef Slider, but that's really just a feeding tool.
Yeah, and I think at this point here, Zenith is going to maybe try and get up on their spawn. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get to their Tetras in time, so this is going to kind of slow down Silly Kitties' opportunity to want to push up onto the enemy plat, and unfortunately, it is not going to work out as 3 members of Silly Kitties go down. Unfortunately, a full wipe on the side of Silly Kitties, so SynRG going to be able to recontrol the zone. However, Silly Kitties does have at least one more opportunity here, as we said, to push back into the zone. They do need a crucial pick here, maybe to get a wipe, as we see Woomy coming up on the flank here. Can they get the pick on Papa Hotel? No, going to get called out and shut down. But meanwhile, the zone is getting decapped by members of Silly Kitties, but it's not going to be enough as Crab is the only one left alive.
Redcap, they use their Crab. They won't have enough time to get another one. Woomy's going to get a trade. Zenith trying to go and find half. Can they find it? No, they get more trades out. Crab is going to be out for SynRG. It's going to camp Fresh's landing. Fresh is going to go down. Just Redcap. They can't live. Woomy is in, but they need to get the zone. They need to get the zone captured for Silly Kitties, and they won't be able to. SynRG is going to be taking game 1.
And honestly, what an incredible match and what an incredible effort from Silly Kitties there in game 1. I mean, we saw the power of the quick respawn early in this one, Genie. SynRG was able to adapt, though, knowing that knowing that the members of the Kitties wanted to jump in quite often. So it's going to be interesting to see where Silly Kitties takes their counter pick here, something maybe that could benefit their quick respawn comp a little bit more. But SynRG able to hold their own there. The onslaught of players coming in from Silly Kitties, though, cannot be understated in this game.
It cannot at all. The amount of team coordination needed from SynRG to just deal with the flank so fast was really, really well done. The way that Respect was able to stay all alive on that spotlight, even though they did fall quite a lot, in the crucial fights towards the end of the game, where they were able to stay alive and get a lot of damage done, really, really allowed SynRG to push it over the edge. But I have to also give it out to Half, who had an amazing triple midway through that game, which completely took the wind out of the sails from Silly Kitties.
Absolutely, it did. Half's ability to stay alive there on the left side was incredibly important, as you said, getting that triple, and it really did shut down Silly Kitties' momentum trying to push back into mid. I really liked on the side of Silly Kitties, though, you really constantly saw the hammer missile combination, or you saw the crab missile combination, and it allowed Silly Kitties to push in for a while. Unfortunately, I think when they had the zone that last time, their Wiper, Zenith, not able to get up onto the plat in time to help their Tetras, I do think was a little bit of a detriment there. I do think Silly Kitties needed to play a little bit more aggressive toward the end of the game there, and SynRG did take advantage of that and was able to get a full team wipe, and that was game from there.
Yeah. Our map counterpick is in Tower Control Inkblot Art Academy. I'm very interested to see what the Wiper Tetras comp is going to get done here. I would have thought maybe Rainmaker or back to another zones would have been there. I'm thinking we might have a little bit of a composition switch up, but not 100% sure. Also, it's Tower Control Inkblot. Teams are very comfortable with this map mode combination. It made a very graceful and very elegant transition to this game. The addition of Big Bubbler, the removal of Stingray, allows you to kind of live on tower a little bit more. But I don't think we'll see Big Bubbler.
No, I don't think we're going to see Big Bubbler on the side of the Silly Kitties, but I am interested to... I'm surprised that they did pick Tower Control, Genie. As you said, I thought they were going to go for more of a Rainmaker with their aggressive comp here, but we're going to have to see what their weapons are on the side of Silly Kitties here. Redcap, they're bringing out a Wiper of their own. Redcap back on the splash. And now on the other side, Silly Kitties in the pink here. So we are going to be seeing Redcap on the splash, and on the other side with SynRG, we are seeing the same comp.
Same comp for both
positive.
teams.
Yeah,
no changes at all. Both teams know what their game plan is. They know what they've gotten here for. The first fight is just kind of going around. Not too important, but
Do you
great
think
move.
here, Genie, that this was more of a comfort pick for Silly Kitties, knowing that this was, a map mode combination that's been around from Splatoon 2, made a great transition to Splatoon 3, or they're comfortable with their weapons here? Because right now, SynRG looks like they're taking a big advantage with their double splash comp here in their positioning.
Never worried on this map until first checkpoint. I've never ever been worried. Second checkpoint is where I start getting worried. If you can't have an answer for second checkpoint, that is where I'm a little bit worried. Which is looking good because Silly Kitties have a way in and they have a way to stop that tower.
Right, they do. Unfortunately, Papa Hotel is going to be shutting down the left side of Silly Kitty spawn temporarily in that pit area. Going to be able to get the pick on the Tetris. That's a very crucial pick there, making the jump onto the ramp. Can they find this pick over here? I believe onto the splash. That is Redcap. Yes, unfortunately goes down in a trade, and now 2 members of Silly Kitties are currently down. But 2 members of SynRG also down. So 2-2, kind of a reset. Zenith going to be looking for a quick pick here. Unfortunately, misses the critical hit. Going to be able to throwing the hammer. Going to be able to get nobody off that, though. Unfortunately, SynRG holding mid down quite well. Here's Papa Hotel is going to be moving up the challenge. The Flings ends up in a trade there. But look at the confidence of SynRG to be able to push up with not only a heavy, but the splash at their back. Unfortunately, a heavy going down here in the trade. SynRG temporarily able to hold on to the middle of the map. And it looks like they're looking for a pick on this crab tank here. Hap is getting very aggressive. And can they find the pick on the red cap? Yes, unfortunately, they are going to go down in a trade. But a lot of the members of Silly Kitties are already up there on the tower, ready to go,
Yeah,
and
just
this
back.
is going to be the push.
They are just back. The only way to stop this quick respawn is if maybe Respect put the respawn punish on. But like oftentimes you don't have builds like that ready halfway through the tournament. Lead's going to be swapped, but I'm not too worried about that. This map is won and lost on second checkpoint. If anyone breaks through third, I feel like that is a push for that is won. Oh no, Respect.
Respect going to be putting the wave breaker in mid, unfortunately, in a poor spot as the tower is going to eat the wave breaker there. But Papa Hotel with a very good crab tank there picks off 2, one on the plat and one on the right flank. All of the Silly Kitties, and now Papa Hotel is moving in onto the plat of Silly Kitties, and this is not where you want to see a splash, but Zenith able to get one in a trade. Red Cap moving in. Can they find the pick on the Respect with the crab tank at their back? No, at the moment.
Yes, they
Red Cap
can.
gets one. Finds, unfortunately, a lot of members of SynRG jumping in here, Genie. This is not looking good right now for Silly Kitties.
This is not looking good for the Kitties. But if you're SynRG, this is massive. You have a great positioning. You have good positioning. Papa Hotel can find Red Cap. That would be good. Then if he's the next target, but there's too many targets and not enough members of SynRG still around. They're all back in mid, jumping to the spotlight. Respect has to stay a little bit back. And Bunny B still in mid. Good job from SynRG not to let the push die, but not give up all of mid.
Yeah, and this is going to be, at this point, I think they broke that second checkpoint on that push, Genie. I think this is going to be do or die for Silly Kitties here.
Bunny! What a way, what a tech! If I'm Bunny, I thought I was fully safe in that situation, with the Reslatter pushing them forward because of the railing. What a kill.
Unfortunately, I think Woomy on the Silly Kitties there getting caught with the end lag of the Tetra
Tower?
dodge there. Where is the tower going? Someone was on the tower on SynRG there, and I don't think Silly Kitties realized it until the end, but now all of Silly Kitties is reset. Respect is in such a powerful position here with this heavy. With Silly Kitties like weapon combination, it's really difficult to push Respect not only off mid but off those stacks, Genie.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult, but it's doable. Lots of burst bombs, lots of chip from that Flingza, lots of little ways, and you have to stay alive with your Respect. You have to stay alive if you're both teams at this moment, because there's not much time on the clock. You do not want, if you're SynRG, you don't want to give Silly Kitties an opportunity to come back in this game.
No, they do not right now, and I think the member of SynRG jumped out there. It looked like there was one sitting on the flank there. As Respect's unfortunately Respect going to be able to pick off the reach slider on Woomy there. It was a valiant attempt at the reach slider, but unfortunately wasn't able to use it in enough time, as Papa Hotel going to be camping the jump in on the Tetra Gillies. But Zenith is also going to now move in. Papa Hotel just doing everything they can to keep the members of Silly Kitties down there. Gets another pick, I believe, a bomb on the trade here in SynRG.
Final
holding
push.
strong right now, but this is the final push, as you said, for Silly Kitties here. Let's see what they can do.
The only thing I'm worried about here, if you're Silly Kitties, is where's the slosh? The slosh is down from SynRG! That's your tri-strike! What are you supposed to do? Red Cap gone, that's 3 down! Silly Kitties still alive, still fighting! They can get through the second checkpoint, that would be good. B Bunny does not have Tri-Strike at the ready. Missiles are out for Kitties. What can they do? Woomy's going in, finds Papa Hotel, looking for B Bunny. The tower is falling. Who's going to get back on it? Can anybody get there? Who's going to get closer? Is the lead going to swap 31, 39, 38? 1 point, 1 point. Who's going to jump on it? 1 point. No, SynRG gets on it at the last second, and the Kitties can't come up with a victory. Insane clutch from SynRG.
That was insanely close. SynRG able to get a double on the tower, but then a double in return on the side of Silly Kitties from one player. Unfortunately, just not able to stay alive long enough or get the final picks they needed. SynRG hanging on to game 2 and the set by the skin of their teeth there, Genie.
Oh my goodness. What a crazy ending. Silly Kitties, just 1 point shy. I thought SynRG had fallen. They had lost their Tri-Strike. They had lost their members. But the individual heroics from their team, just able to clutch it up like you do in solo queue, just saying, you know what, we got to top this tower, and at 1 point, all the jumps were in. Voice shots both sides would be crazy.
Yeah,
Crazy.
I would absolutely believe that, and credit to Silly Kitties where credit is due here. Man, did they put on a show and show off the power of quick respawn in Splatoon 3 with that comp. What a cool comp to use quick respawn for as well, and able to push SynRG a little bit to the limit there on that second in game 2. Game 1 seemed like SynRG had a little bit more control, but SynRG having the more experienced factor, I think, played a big part into game 1. But game 2, man, that's a great Splatoon 3 game if I've ever seen one.
One of the best Inkling TC games I've seen in a long time. We got an update for you on the other side of the bracket. Naywall Gaming got 0-2'd by Armageddon.
Oh,
yeah,
my God.
yeah. I am so excited. I know that all these teams have been here playing for, what are we at? We're getting closer to the 4-hour mark. Both these teams will definitely hit the 4-hour mark at the end of this, by the end of this best of 5. But J-Man, are you ready? Are you ready to just go straight into grounds?
I am ready to go straight into grands, and I'm shocked that Nullwall goes down 0-2. One of the favorites going into this tournament, Genie. SynRG obviously being another one of those favorites, but seeing Armageddon pull off a 2-0 on Nullwall, that is something I was not expecting.
Well, if you had watched the shoutouts to our official SAC podcast, where Ray's and I talk about these teams, we're gonna break down most of these matches from this great tournament so far. I said that Armageddon has a really good chance. If they catch Naywall sleeping, they easily have enough skill to beat Naywall. Naywall clearly, heads and tails with their results, had more results than any of the other teams combined in it.
You want to know what's also
not surprised. In a best of 3, anybody can beat anyone.
You want to know what's also really cool about this, Genie?
What?
So according to the Battlefied chat going on right now, Armageddon and SynRG also play each other in Ludi tomorrow.
Oh snap! That's actually some good juice.
A little taste of what's to come. Playing a best of 5 today, a best of 9 tomorrow. Oh my goodness!
I am very, very, very interested to see what these teams are going to be rocking out against each other, because I don't even know. Like, do you want to win the first game because you give the other team the info in the next game, or both teams going to take their Ludi games? All I'm worried about is the SAC thing. That's personal bias because that's the one that I'm commentating. That's the one I'm watching currently, and that's the one that you're watching. It's the one we should all be focused on. But that is some extra rivalry sauce that we need.
I wonder if this is shades of what we might see throughout the SAC tournaments this season as well.
It will be.
Are we going to see, Silly Kitties pulling off the performance that they did today again? Are we going to see Nullwall get caught sleeping by Armageddon here, as you said, Genie? Are we going to see the Armageddon SynRG rivalry this season? There's a lot of fun and interesting storylines that could come out of this first tournament. And that I'm excited to see as the season develops. But again, we have very good players on both sides here. Armageddon has some players that a lot of people are familiar with. Kipu, the Splatling player.
Yeah.
Lewis, the Rapid Slosher and Flingza player. A nice flex. Genesis, I want to see some Carbon Deco. Personally, I do like Carbon Deco. I do think Carbon Deco can be a little obnoxious if you're not prepared for it properly. But again, we've already talked about SynRG, as we just saw SynRG in the last set as well. But man, they have a good team. You know, respect on the heavy that we saw the last couple games. Very, very confident heavy, very exciting heavy play, and they have very, just good damage overall on just team. I mean, both these players honestly have played each other. God, how many times now, Genie? And I feel like a lot of these players have a good understanding of how each team likes to play, or at least individually how each player likes to play. So I think this is gonna be a nice test to see now that we got both their teams together playing today and tomorrow. And Ludi said that'll be something I might tune into if they're streaming that too. So
yeah, and we haven't had a heavy matchup in finals. Two heavy Splatling playing up against each other in finals for SAC in years. I've watched all the SAC finals. I know all the matchups that have happened. We've seen Ballpoint versus Hydra. We've seen different Charger matchups. We've seen Nautilus. But we haven't seen a heavy versus heavy matchup since SAC Season 0.
Right.
ECl, if you're watching this, those matchups, bud, were the funnest I've ever had in heavy matchups I've had in a long time. So it's been a couple of years. It has.
Man, season 0 was how many years ago now, Genie? Let's
2018. 2017. 2018, yeah.
5 or 6 years now. And it's been that long since we've seen a heavy Ditto. I really hope we get to see the heavy Ditto here going into Splat Zones on Brine Water Springs, because heavy's pretty good on this map, personally.
It's good, but if there's an E-leader, you have to watch out.
If there's an E-leader, you do have to watch out. But
these teams know each other. So they should know that they'll be safe. And it will come down to definitely the crab usage, Wavebreaker. The safe spots to use Wavebreaker to really stop the crabs from having good utility. That is another critical thing that heavies do. But Kipu's going to be playing Hydra, so that throws it all out the window.
Yes, it does throw it all out the window. As Respect is moving back to the heavy, so the Hydra obviously going to be having a little bit of an advantage here, kind of going to be able to sit on their ramp and paint over the zone, as well as challenge actually the other ramp of the other team. Armageddon in the yellow, SynRG in the blue, and the match begins immediately, Genie, and it just seems like SynRG going to be opting to kind of push up aggressively first, going to get the zone as soon as they can. They do not want Kipu to put themselves in position, as a Wavebreaker is going to be coming out. Crab's going to be pressuring Kipu back on the ramp. Kipu forced to kind of wait out a lot of the moments here.
All four specials are ready for Armageddon. This zone is so easy to cap, so I'm not worried whoever gets caps early on. It's who gets the first hold, who gets the first lockouts, who gets the first splashes and gals on way up into the street. Because that's the place we're going to hold. If B-Bunny falls here without getting anything, that would be devastating for SynRG. And then, yeah, they weren't able to find anything at all.
No, unfortunately, but as you said, special usage is going to be key here. This zone is one of the smaller zones in the game, and it is one of the easiest zones to cap, even from your own spawn, as Bunny's going to try and drop into mid. 52 on 52 challenge, going to be forced to back up here. Maybe looking for another pick as they're pushing the members of Armageddon back. The 52 is going to go down, going to try and push up the Kipu, but unfortunately the Crab Tank is going to be shutting them down temporarily again, but I think the 52 jumped and died again, unfortunately, on the side of Armageddon, so that is going to be another delayed player coming back. Unfortunately, Respect going to be going down as Armageddon flips the zone back into their favor.
Wow.
Looking for a pick on the Papa Hotel in this corner here. Are they going to be able to get it?
Oh,
yes.
Big fight. Big fight on that right side. Who's going to win it? And it's going to be coming out on the SynRG side. Two members of SynRG able to stay alive. They're going in on Genesis. Genesis gets one, but will be falling. If Kipu falls here, that's dangerous for Armageddon. SynRG, great hold. They needed to get that and apply a small penalty. Neither team's been able to really walk away. Because Kelper's on the right side. Does Bunny notice? Bunny doesn't know. Doesn't know. Oh, but Kelper's doesn't go for the splat right away. Does let them get out of the way.
This is super good patience from Kelpers here right now. I think he's waiting for his team. Look at this just very sneaky movement. Did anybody see him? Now half saw him. Unfortunately, Kelper's going to get spotted out as the lead gets popped. But the Crab Tank is coming from SynRG spawn. That's not a great spot to pop it. and Calpers is going to get punished by Respect for it. The SynRG holding the zone right now. It might switch back, though, with a little bit of splatling pressure, and it does with the Crab Tank as well on the side of Armageddon. The zone back in Armageddon's favor.
It's so hard if you're to expect to play heavy into the double Crab Hydra matchup on this map. There's just no space. Your wave breaker's all you have. It's going out through zone, but SynRG doesn't care. They're still playing over it. They've got some bombs as well. It's good. They got the cap. But Armageddon, they still have the control. They have the specials. Now that they lost their gal, though, both teams we're just trading blows back and forth. It's hard to tell who's ever going to win this game.
And that's actually a big deal for Armageddon there. They're going 3 down. The last one alive, obviously, is Kipu. So now SynRG is going to be starting to push up onto their street, onto their ramp area there. Gonna be getting one pick, backing off back into mid as the Booyah Bomb is coming out. Respect nearly getting caught out by that, but able to move out of the way just in time. But it is going to be enough for Armageddon to at least flip the zone in their favor, applying that penalty to SynRG as Respect shreds the Crab Tank, and I think got a kill with either Wavebreaker or Sprinkler there.
We'll say Wavebreaker. Keep the respect. Keep the respect there for the members of Armageddon. No Sprinkler dust today. But yeah, this is good. Armageddon, they've got an opportunity to get their penalty gone, and another good opportunity to get lead. It's within their grasp. They've got 2 members up. They've got a 2-member advantage. They just have to hold on to zone. This zone can be painted so easily and so quick. Good job that they're just still staying on it, and they will have that lead.
Yeah, I love the patience from Armageddon here, Genie. They're not opting to push up on their street because they know they're going to get shut down pretty quickly if only one of them pushes up. They might be able to if they get a pick here with the Crab. Unfortunately, Genesis is going to be getting tagged by the Wavebreaker there. The power of the echolocation in this game is still incredibly dangerous. You do not want to get spotted out by a point sensor. Wavebreaker does a great job of that, as well as doing additional damage to you just for free chip damage kills, and that is a very scary combination of brand new special and basically what is an old special from Splatoon 1 in the form of echolocator combined into one, as SynRG is going to be able to retake the zone, and they didn't really have a big penalty here, Genie.
But so it'll go to the far side. Armageddon can paint their side. They can paint their own side. They don't paint their own side. SynRG, they have an opportunity to come back in this, but they lose 2 members. SynRG not able to get the zone in time, and unfortunately for them, Armageddon will be able to lock up. They've got a Crab Tank that they can just pop in zone. 20 seconds left. I don't know if SynRG has an opportunity.
I don't know if SynRG has an opportunity either, but they saw Half and I believe Papa Hotel both drop on that side, and they both opt to jump out. They have one more chance to make this push, but Gray, again, popping the Crab Tank at the bottom of their street there. Gonna be in a dangerous situation. Gray gets a trade. Papa Hotel gets spotted out.
So
and Armageddon
close.
takes the game.
They were so close to getting that zone. But luckily, Genesis said, no, we're not letting you get the zone. We're not letting you paint this. I'm going to splat you, stop this game. We're taking this first game of this best of 5.
Yeah, that's a great back and forth game of splat zones that we saw, and the Hydra obviously playing a big part into the reason why Armageddon was able to hold on to that, having a little bit more range than your opponent. Obviously came in clutch, especially on, again, Brightwater Springs, one of the newest maps in the game, and I know a map that a lot of people have mixed opinions on. Some people love it, some people hate it. I personally am in between. I think it's good on some modes. I think it's terrible on others.
Yeah, but it's just a new map. It's just a new map and a new mode. And I completely agree with the statement that you said. Just a back and forth match that had one difference: the range difference. The range between the Heavy and the Hydra on that map. Hydra's usually not good because it's slower. It'll fall a lot easier to longer range weapons or just fast-paced weapons. But the Heavy slows down the pace, and it was just that extra little range. The Wavebreaker did a lot of good work, but unfortunately, just those little times when I can't fight the Hydra because it outranges me as the Heavy, that was honestly what SynRG's biggest downfall was. Rainmaker Undertow is the next map. I will never ever see, unless you are a one-trick Hydra, I don't think you'll ever see a Hydra on this map.
No, I don't.
For Rainmaker.
No, not on Rainmaker at least. And this is, honestly, I think this is one of the better modes, partially for Undertow Spillway.
Hold up, J-Man. Time out. Dude, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome all the people joining, all the duders or whatever he's, the awesome dude followers are called. This is a SAC tournament here on IPL, and we are in grand finals. Am I right, J-Man?
We are in grand finals, best of 5 between Armageddon and SynRG. Neither of our top seeds in this tournament actually made it to grand finals. Nalwall got knocked out by Armageddon last round, and Vivid got knocked out early in top 8 from Silly Kitties, who SynRG then beat. So here we are sitting at grand finals with game 2 going to be getting underway here on Rainmaker, Undertow, Spillway. Again, this is a map mode combination I like, and Kipu bringing out the ballpoint. You love to see it.
Good, smart pick. I believe for the ballpoint, the Inkjet really good with the fizzies, able to keep yourself safe at range and do a lot of things that you need. The 96 Scout, a weapon that I have not seen played in competitive outside of. Last time I saw it was Chara. Chara pulled it out in a tournament with Oro Jackson. That was it. That's the only time I've ever seen this weapon in grand finals matches.
Kipu looks like they're going to be in trouble here already early. The Crab Tank gets a big pick onto Kipu here, but immediately shut down. Half gets absolutely obliterated by the 52 from Genesis. Can Genesis pick up another pick here? No, unfortunately, as now Bunny is left alone in the corner, has to challenge the Crab, not going to be able to do it. That's 3 down on the side of SynRG, and they're going to be taking the Rainmaker left. This is obviously the path that most teams pick. If you're really in trouble for points, haven't really gotten through that first checkpoint, you're going to try and go right. But for the most part, it's way safer to go left. What a stop! Not able to break the checkpoint here, SynRG. Good defense start.
And they're going to go pressure Genesis. You have to pressure Genesis. You do not want those jumps to come back in. Genesis, he's still just sticking around. Not going far enough back for the jumps to come in from Armageddon, but also not close enough to allow SynRG to get out. So kind of a little bit of a half-half safe trade. But oh wait, somebody went down over by the Rainmaker. No, it was Bunny who was just kind of in mid. The Rainmaker will be resetting, and SynRG able to breathe another day.
Just a little bit, though. They do have 2 specials at the ready. They have the 96, and they do have their Crab Tank at the ready, as the 96 is going to pop their special here, and the Crab is now coming out. Respect now looking to go on the flank. Unfortunately, not going to be able to get the pick, but the Rainmaker still stopped. Armageddon still not able to break this first checkpoint, as Bunny B puts themselves in a great position with the Slosher, able to get a huge pick. A huge double assisted there on their right side. Going to be able to get a little bit of breathing room for the members of SynRG, which is much needed, as Kipu already back on the middle of the map with the ballpoint. Going to be a very tough matchup here. I don't know if Bunny knows that Genesis is sitting there. Now they do, and Bunny does get the pick. The Crab is coming up from Papa Hotel. This is the start of SynRG's push here. It's going to... Are they going to opt to take the Rainmaker right here for the
Are they going right? Why would you go right? Nobody ever goes right. There's a reason why everyone memes on people who go right. They didn't have a back. They didn't have anything. But wait, the Rainmaker comes around and gets a double. Half somehow salvaging that huge misplay. But I don't think Genesis is done with that. Armageddon, they're trying to come in, and Respect falls with the Gal. Who's going to win this Gal 1v1? It's going to be the shorter range 52 Gal coming up clutch. This pedestal will be painted, allowing Armageddon to get close. But will they see Half? I don't think they see Half. Does Half get the spot? No, not in time.
I cannot believe Genesis pulled that off with the 180. They saw the first lock-on immediately of the killer whale turn around, and what an incredible play on the side there to stop that 52. And again, the checkpoint has not fallen, Genie. This game might come down to who can break a checkpoint, honestly, at the moment. Still a lot of time left to play, though, 2 minutes, but Bunny B with the Slosher going to be looking for this pick on the left side, though. Unfortunately, going to get into a crossfire with 3 members of Armageddon looking directly at them, and 2 members of SynRG going to be going down. 3 members of SynRG going down now.
There they go.
This might be the opportunity that SynRG or Armageddon needs to break this checkpoint. Going to be forcing the last member of SynRG to back up. Can they get to the pedestal, though, is the question.
No, they can't.
Is just great on defense. Going to drop, gets the pick on the Rainmaker, and 3 members of Armageddon go down. They full wipe, Genie.
I'm actually floored. I know I just said 30 seconds ago, don't go right side. But they saw that Half was the last member on the left side. Nobody has a checkpoint yet. Maybe you just take 1. And they decided to go left, and they fell. 3 of them fell to Half. Great job. With SynRG, they have to get points. They have only 3 points on the board. They haven't made a push yet. They need to get something done.
Armageddon's putting up a really good defensive here. You see a lot of crossfires happening from the members of Armageddon. And the moment SynRG's picking up this Rainmaker, the Crab Tank is getting popped. They are opting to try and go on that right checkpoint there. Unfortunately, going to be getting shut down. The Crab Tank just too much in these small little street lanes. on either side of the map. Crab Tank can make good work of those as the Rainmaker now in Armageddon's hands. They're looking to finally break this pedestal. Can they get it, Genie? This is a big determining factor. No! They still can't get the pedestal! This is insane. Genesis now fighting down. SynRG's defense, they are so resilient. They do not want Armageddon getting this checkpoint, but they have not been able to get too many points of their own. This game is literally going to come down to who can break the checkpoint. I think Genie.
Don't go right side. If there are 4 members of Armageddon alive, do not go right side SynRG. Please. If you have 3, please go right. But they go down. Half goes down, Kelfish goes in zone. They get the spot that they need. That's great. They're close to having Crab Tank. Both teams are just fighting around, funny feed, trying to find what they can get. They can't find anything. The Rainmaker, Respect has it. That would be no ink back on the line. SynRG, they're looking to go right, or are they looking to go left? What are they going to do? Looks like they're going to go left. They get the Crab elimination on that left side. Kelfish is down. Kipu has a Inkjet. This could do a lot of damage. Gray is doing a lot of good damage, and they're going to be able to take out the Rainmaker with the last Crab Expo shot before they fall. And Armageddon having a choke hold of a lead, 2-0 in a best of 5.
Wow, I mean that crab on that loop there was absolutely devastating. Pushed the Rainmaker of SynRG into the corner there, and Armageddon able to again take another game there. No one broke the checkpoint that game, Genie. And SynRG unfortunately was not able to do enough to get their win there. And we did see them try and go for that right checkpoint one time, and maybe it would have been the deciding factor with only 1 member left earlier in that match, and they just opted to push left, and they still couldn't get many points off it.
They couldn't. There was no options. I'm very interested because that was a counter pick for SynRG. They were the ones that were like, yeah, sure, let's take them to this map, this mode combination. We know that we can really take it to them, but they weren't able to. They weren't able to show us the strength of their weapon comp with that 96 cal. They weren't able to use it to its full potential with its back. And it was really unfortunate because I would have loved to see what the 96 cal can truly do.
Yeah, and it seemed like the 96 was going to work out initially. Again, InkVac able, to have, good pressure there, able to kind of help the team push up, help the Rainmaker push up, but SynRG just couldn't get it going when they tried to make all their pushes. It just seemed like they were always in constant crossfire from not only on that, the right side where that Rainmaker checkpoint is, but also from the left side where there always seemed to be, no matter how many times SynRG picked up the Rainmaker, there was always a Crab Tank at the ready to shut it down. And SynRG opting to go for another Rainmaker pick here, Genie. Going to be going to Hagglefish Market. I do wonder if we will still see the ballpoint come out here, or if Kippa will move back to the Hydra on Hagglefish.
It's Rainmaker. Definitely want to stay on the ballpoint. Gives you that range and mobility that gives you the range of a little bit less than the Hydra, and gives you the mobility a little bit less than the Heavy. And it's special and sub are really nice just to chip away at Rainmaker and actually can have a nice combo to stop it on itself. But I think that's probably what they'll stay on. I'm more worried about SynRG bringing up their 96 cal again. This map is even flatter and even more open. I don't know if that is the pick. And I don't even know if you want to play Heavy into a ballpoint. That is the other thing. I'm very, very, very interested to see what SynRG is cooking on this map.
Yeah,
but it is, at the end of the day, a good map mode combination.
Yeah, this is a very good map in general. Probably one of the best maps in Splatoon 3 right now. But this could potentially be the game. SynRG needs to reverse sweep now to actually win the first SAC tournament of Season 6 here. So there is a bit of pressure on SynRG here. And before we get into this game, I do want to mention that this is, the chat, Genie, thinks this is a pretty tight race. In general, Armageddon has 53%, where SynRG has 47%. So both these teams, again, going to be going neck and neck here. And let's not forget, for those who joined from the Raid of Dude, these teams are not just seeing each other today. These teams are also playing each other in Ludi tomorrow. So this is kind of a test for that. But this is also a big tournament for both of them for those sweet, sweet SAC points as we get into it. And there is no backline on the side of SynRG here, Genie.
Again, and Kipu's going to swap over to that Heavy. Very interesting swap off of that ballpoint. I thought the ballpoint would have had a little bit, just a little bit better time on this map. But that's A-okay. I'm very excited to see what this frontline matchup is going to do. The splashes, the crabs, they're just going out just finding space at the moment. Not too worried with members falling back and forth.
Yeah, it's double crab on double crab. Half needs to get this pick here and does. Going to be able to stall out the members of Armageddon a little bit. This crab is going to get shut down. Unfortunately, I think Bunny B's jump was in danger. They're still able to protect him. But I think a few things that you've noticed kind of right off the bat here, Genie, is that Armageddon's playing this map more toward the middle, where SynRG has tried to, push up on that left side a little bit, and it hasn't quite worked out yet, though. As Bunny B now is working up the right side here, looks like they're in a 1v2 or 1v1 there up at the top of the screen, and they go down, unfortunately. Caliber's going to try now to push up the left side, going to get shut down very quickly as well. This is a very neutral game right now. No one's really gotten picks. Half going to be spotting out Gray, half going to opt to back up here before they get Killer Whale, and they will here.
Oh, this is good.
Pop Hotel.
They've got two members down on the side of Armageddon. Are they going to take this Rainmaker left? It looks like they are. They're just going to go for the checkpoint that they're going to get first. But Genesis says, no, wait, the Gal RNG, no, Gal RNG is not going to be blessing you. Genesis today, she can't land the RNG shots, is able to find some members of SynRG, but the checkpoint did fall. First checkpoint in 2 Rainmaker games. My goodness.
Yeah, and this is big for SynRG too, because now they can kind of just freely push. If they want to get a more solid push up the mid, they can go from that Rainmaker pedestal and make the jump for some solid points, at least to 31 if you make that jump at the start. And then there's no toxic mist on either side, so you can't really stop that jump unless you put a lot of people protecting that mid pedestal. But it looks like Half got spotted out with the Killer Whale 5-1 there. But now Armageddon getting 2 picks here. This is absolutely massive. The Splash and 96 are going to be going down here, so this should be a free checkpoint here for Armageddon. This is now a 1-point game, but look where Genesis is positioned. Open the spawn right now of SynRG. SynRG has to deal with Genesis at the moment, or Genesis is going to come behind them, and it looks like Bunny B is going to be able to do it. They are going to get the lead here, Armageddon, by 2 points, but they go 3 down in the process here. This gives SynRG a lot of time to take back the middle of the map.
They didn't get the jump. Respect has Inkvac. What is going to stop an Inkvac? Papa Hotel's just going to go for this jump. Who's going to stop it? Nobody can stop the Inkvac. You can shoot all you want, but as long as that Rainmaker gets up there, that is a free, absolutely free lead for SynRG.
Yeah, but they do have to hold on to it here. They obviously Respect, the only one left alive, had to jump back in the middle of the map, is really in the favor of Armageddon right now here, Genie. Kippo just going to opt to lob some Rainmaker shots over the edge, checking that left stack corner right now as the Slosher going down on SynRG. Genesis looking to get a pick early down there. She opts to jump back, maybe to her spawn there as Papa Hotel barely survives that. Crab tank is huge here. Well, is Papa Hotel going to be able to pick the Rainmaker? No, gets shut down by the crab tank of Armageddon here, Genie. However, SynRG holding a very solid defense.
There's a flank that was coming through mid. Wow, we're down just to 1:30 minutes. Both teams scrapping it out. We don't really know the advantage, who's going to come up with the advantages here. Both teams are just trying to scrap it out. And we know for SynRG, they have so many thirds, they have so many seconds, they do not want to lose this tournament. They want to fight, and they are going to claw. They are not going to go down easily.
Yeah, and it looked like the Rainmaker, Armageddon picked up the Rainmaker and instantly went down. But look at Genesis. Genesis is moving right now, trying to get a pick here. Unfortunately, are they going to be able to jump out in time back safely to their teammate? Yes, they are, as now the map going to be swapping back to 50-50 as Papa Hotel going to be popping the Crab in the middle of this map. Crab is so strong in the middle of this map. I just love watching Crab Tank play in the middle of this map for that particular reason. You can really shut down all routes, but it looks like Half just opting to hold on to the Rainmaker. And this is a very good spot to stall the Rainmaker as well, Genie, because not only would Armageddon have to pick up the Rainmaker, but they'd also have to jump up onto the grates or go back all the way around mid. So this is a very smart play for SynRG.
Yeah, and like, what are you going to do? Armageddon's just going to try and feed in. The members of SynRG are staying half alive, half down. Here comes Armageddon. They're trying to get in there. They're trying to get in there. There's not much time. Finally, Half falls. 25 seconds left on the clock. I don't really feel like Armageddon's... They're going to have to get a lot of specials, and they have to get that Rainmaker out of that devilish position.
Papa Hotel, unfortunately, staying there a little bit too long as well, and that's going to be a crucial pick. That's one of their splashes down as the Killer Whale's going to come out. They have an opportunity to make the jump here as Genesis goes up. They get a crucial pick here. They're going to be able to make the jump. They're not able to get the lead off it, though. At the moment, 3 members, though, of SynRG are down, but it's not going to be enough time as Armageddon was the last team to hold the Rainmaker, and the clock hit 0.
Wow, SynRG able to stay alive in the tournament. 1 singular point. That's the only thing that separated these two teams. A insane, amazing play. I just want to shout out, the Inkvac could have Respect could have popped the ink back and stopped the Rainmaker from making that jump. But if Respect popped the ink back, the Rainmaker just has to swim around. Hey, I'm just gonna swim around that ramp. Your team is not here. It was only Respect alive. And in that moment, knowing that they have to hit the 2 shots of the 96 cal, and they both landed, that's what the game came down to. 96 cal RNG. And that's also what stopped Genesis from being able to get the splats on SynRG when they got the first checkpoint on that left side. She couldn't land her shots due to the fact that she already shot like 10 ink bullets, and the RNG had already kicked in on the 52 and couldn't land the second one onto that Rainmaker.
Yeah, for those who don't know or aren't familiar with why we refer to the RNG on the 52 and 96 so much, the 52 and 96, the first 2 shots that come out of your ink sprayer, those first 2 shots are always guaranteed to go dead straight. After that, it is an RNG fest. So as long as you can hit those first 2 shots and you can do it consistently with good movement, you can get a lot of picks. But after that, it is a big toss-up. And as SynRG is able to hold on to that to 1 point, Genie, Armageddon, counter picks, Clam Blitz, Scorch Gorge. I, again, love this map mode combo. It's
so great map mode combo. I know I say a lot about heavy spelling. I haven't played it as much as I used to in Splatoon 2 or Splatoon 1, but this map mode combination is really good for it. I feel, because the wave breaker, there's so many good wave breaker spots. We can see there's a pillow in mid when you're trying to go up the right side ramp to go into the enemy team's basket. You put it on the right side of that pillow, it can hit all of basket in all the areas around it. It does a lot of good chip damage. Custom Junior is really good on that, and heavy spotting. And even if you have an E-Litter. But E-Litter on Climate is a little difficult, especially with 2 teams that don't run E-Litter normally. I'd be shocked if we don't see heavy v heavy. Even though I promised everybody that in the first game.
I hope we see heavy v heavy personally, but no, I don't think you're gonna run. I don't think you're gonna run Hydra here if you are Armageddon. I don't think we are gonna be seeing the heavy. They'll come out on Kipu. Are we gonna be seeing the heavy Genie on the other side? Yes, we are. We are getting the heavy v heavy that you wanted, and double splash on the side of Armageddon in the orange, single splash machine on the side of SynRG here. Also bringing out a T-Tech.
Yeah, Papa Hotel does not have Object Shutter. So that means that their crabs will definitely lose the crab v crab. Object Shutter does make your crab do more damage to other members, the opponent's crab. So that is a big note to write down. And the T-Tech. I was gonna say already we have crabs being popped, one on the left, one on the right, and Gray gonna be able to pick up a very crucial splat on Papa Hotel there on the left side. But unfortunately, again, we're just kind of playing a neutral game right now. Gray is gonna be looking for this pick on the half here, is gonna be able to get it. The splash is so good at ranges like that. You are dead, especially if you are on a machine. You cannot hit that direct shot first against a splash that close. And it looks like the middle of the map in favor of Armageddon at the moment. But we'll see what SynRG can do as the triple ink strikes are going to be coming out, forcing the members of SynRG into interesting position. Tipu, unfortunately, goes down to the edge of a triple ink strike there. And Respect has to watch out for Gray. Gray falls down. This is good if you are SynRG. An opportunity to push up, an opportunity to get in. They have to watch out. Telper's Crab, but he's getting pressured out by Respect, and Respect does so much damage. If you're heavy spotting with that Object Shutter, you will just melt crabs any day of the week.
Yeah, Respect, unfortunately, is not in a decent position to use their Wave Breaker right now. They're going to be opting to throw it on the top
it did a lot of damage!
Here.
It got 2!
It did do the damage, and that's big as Respect is holding a lot of clams for the members of SynRG, able to push down to 59, and I love Half holding this booty up on here. Unfortunately, Genesis gets the 52 RNG, and Half not going to be able to take advantage, but clams are still pouring in on the side of SynRG right now. That's a big 3-down situation from Genesis. Oh my goodness, that's a crucial double.
Able to live through a Booyah Bomb and 3 Ink Strikes. That's 3 exploding mines from the sky. Those things are crazy. Still able to stay alive. The points, a lot of points on the board for SynRG. That is really, really good for them. But I'm very interested to see what the play is from Armageddon. Wavebreaker and Killer Whale have come out, and they've got some spots behind.
Yeah, and here comes the Crab tank as well. So this is going to be a score for Armageddon at least, and the pressure from Grace Crab is going to prevent SynRG from pushing up at least from their middle section, from their spawn at the moment. They are, unfortunately, Armageddon not really able to get too many clams in right now, but as I say that, 2 members of SynRG go down. It looks like some more clams are coming in, but Bunny B gets a big pick there. Can they get the pick on the Genesis? Genesis the great movement. The Pitty's jumping in. They do get the Pitty. It's still not enough for lead, though, as Kipu is going to be the last one left alive. But that is a great opening push from Armageddon. Not able to quite take the lead, as SynRG currently has that. But a very good score at the moment for Armageddon. One more solid push like that, and they could take the lead.
2 clams would be lead at that point in time. But wow, SynRG able to defend their lead. They're able to defend. They're able to defend their life in this tournament. Really good job from them. They have some good specials to be able to push in, but they have to watch out because the crabs are starting to come online from Armageddon. They have to live through these crabs.
And yes, they do, and it looks like they might get one here. Gray, unfortunately, goes down. Not only was taking damage from the T-Tech, but also taking damage from the Booyah Bomb, so that is going to be Gray down. Little fights happening in the pit of SynRG right now. Dangerous on the left side there, but obviously the member of Armageddon opting to jump out. Very smart play.
2 specials coming up for SynRG now. This is an opportunity. Tri-Strike, make that 3. Wavebreaker, Tri-Strike, and Crab. Members of both teams are falling, but that will be in the favor of SynRG because they have the member advantage now. They want to get this crab. They want to get this crab up on the side of Papa Hotel because they can get this. They can also get this power play.
I was gonna say there was a fight happening right down by the pillar there. I don't know if you saw it, but it looks like the member of SynRG came out on top. Is now Papa Hotel going to be moving into a great position. The Crab going to be shooting some over. Can they at least get some more points off this push? That's if you're SynRG, you want a couple more points off this push. You don't want to just keep a penalty here. As Half is going to be trying to maybe just get a couple picks. Unfortunately, Kelper's going to be jumping down as well as Kipu's assist. They get the score down to 25 though. Not ideal, but you did get more points out of it. I would have liked to see a little more coming out of SynRG. They just didn't have the members to do it.
2 power claims will not win the game for Armageddon. So that actually, I think, is kind of massive. Because that's two power claim jumps. It'll be very, very close, but not quite. We've got 30 seconds left. Good specials up from both teams. It's going to be if SynRG can withstand this upcoming onslaught.
Yeah, it's going to come down to this special push here from the members of Armageddon here. There is only 1 special available on the side. 2 specials available now on the side of SynRG. The triple strike and the Wavebreaker. And the Wavebreaker is going to prevent the members of Armageddon actually from pushing up this ramp temporarily. And the Booyah Bomb's coming out late. We're still going to have 30 seconds of overtime here. But all you need is that claim to go down. And it looks like the members of SynRG have 2 members down on Armageddon. Kipu's running in. Are they going to get there?
Oh, but there's a power clam sneak from the other basket. SynRG able to sneak a power clam all the way in before Kipu can get it in. Kipu saw the calls. They heard the calls. They heard that it was going in their own base. And SynRG says, you know what? I'm going to end this game. I believe it was Half. I want to say that it was Half who put it in.
Yeah, it looked like it was Half. It looked like it was Half and Bunny B on the other side there, on the side of Armageddon. And we are going to game 5. Genie, this always happens when we commentate together. I love it.
Oh my goodness. I have not seen a game that's gone all the way to game 5 on IPL where we have counter picks. I have not seen it where it's a 2-0 start and then the next 2 maps come back. That was a counter pick for Armageddon. They said, yeah, we're going to beat you on this map mode combo. I would have said on paper, team composition wise, I thought they had the better team composition for that map.
Armageddon has a big choice to make here as well because SynRG again just beat them on their own counter pick. So this is the last game of the stream. This is a single elimination top 8. There is no bracket reset. This was not a double elimination. Whoever wins this next game wins the first tournament of SAC Season 6. And we are going to be going to Tower Control on Mako Mart.
Tower Control Mako Mart. I want to see that T-Tech back or that Slusher. The Tri-Strike on this map plus the Spot Bomb combo is so good here. It just feels natural. It feels good. Machines can work well here. It's just a very, very close range map. I wouldn't be shocked. I honestly wouldn't be shocked if we don't see the heavies at all.
Yeah, I would be extremely shocked if we didn't see a heavy here. Also, Genie, I have goosebumps right now, dude.
It's going to be nuts.
This is an insane set.
Will SynRG. I'm just going to read out to the people. Last season, Season 5 for SAC, this is back in Splatoon 2. They had a gold bracket, which is what we are currently in, 3rd place. They had another 3rd place, and they had a 2nd place. They want their first gold victory, because they also had a 2nd place in silver, or 1st place in silver. They want this first gold victory. Can they get it, or will Armageddon be the first champions?
Bringing out the Hydra here on tower control Mako Mart as well, and we do see the heavy still on the other side of SynRG here. I honestly think Kipu bringing out Hydra here might actually be to the detriment of SynRG, because a Hydra, not only are you going to be able to challenge heavy way easier, but the amount of damage the Hydra can put out, the amount of like extra hits the Hydra can put out can be very devastating, especially if Kipu is the one riding the tower. But Bunny B is immediately going to challenge Kipu, and 3 members of SynRG are going to go down. 2 members of Armageddon are going to go down. It's going to be the Splash and the Hydra, and now Kipu going to be jumping onto the tower with the Hydra, but they don't know Papa Hotel is behind them at the moment and gets Kipu absolutely down. So Genesis, she's going to have to be forced to jump on the tower temporarily, try and get some more points. Unfortunately, turning around into 2 members of SynRG there. Bunny B doing what they can to get a pick. And I love the patience here from Bunny B. I don't know. Oh, they might have seen the Squid Surge there on the wall. They are going to see the jump now, though, as Bunny B's going to come up onto their stack here. Going to try and challenge this left side.
Look at all the people in mid.
Not going to be able to do too much yet.
All the members of Armageddon are stuck in mid. Now they're going to be forced back because of that wave breaker, and they're falling. They went scattered individually, and they were taken out in 2v1 scenarios the entire way. Jess is going to try and jump out. She does get out. Wow.
Barely, too. That was one more shot, and that would have been the end of Genesis there. As SynRG is going to be the first team to break that first checkpoint. A Booyah Bomb going to be forcing the crab tank of Armageddon back. Respect in a great position here, but it's going to come down to Kipu and this Hydra here, because the Hydra from where Kipu is currently standing only really has to deal with that bottom right, and they are going to be able to stop the Papa Hotel from coming up, and they are going to stop SynRG from getting any further, just able to not even touch the second checkpoint yet. Genie got really close, though, as now Kipu on the tower, going to try and challenge this top left. Has to challenge Respect, though, first, because Respect is in a position where they could have potentially hit Kipu if Respect decided to push forward.
Checkpoint's gone.
Not.
And the crab's out. People have to pop the Booyah, but Papa Hotel can shred that. But goes down to Genesis. Genesis chases that in the corner. Half on this top left, trying to get to the tower. The Killer Whale can't stop it. Respect trying to go for it. Armageddon, they're snowballing this tower all the way to second. This is dangerous for SynRG if they just fall here. Both teams losing members, back and forth, back and forth. Half Papa Hotel are still on this. This is good for SynRG. They're able to hold a defensive position. They're able to stop Armageddon from snowballing the first and second checkpoints completely. But Gray is still alive and still ready to fight. Takes out Bunny B as well before going down. What a fight.
And that is a very big shot from Gray there. And no one knew that Gray was still over there on the left side. And Gray was the last member of Armageddon alive, still able to get one down. Going to be forcing SynRG to reset back in. Obviously, to kind of push back into mid, they're going to be forcing a reset situation as Respect going to be jumping back on the tower. Armageddon has only touched that second checkpoint, so this is still anybody's game. 2 minutes left on the clock. As Kipu goes down, that's actually a really big pick, but the crab tank is going to be getting popped on the side of Armageddon here. Bunny B might be pinched between a Killer Whale, and that's an unfortunate situation there as the entire team of SynRG wipes.
Under 2 minutes left. Both teams are through the first. Neither team has gotten through the second. Second checkpoint is always so crucial. This is good. Bunny B's looking for an opportunity to get the rest of the members of SynRG in on the right. They're able to take out at least Genesis, winning that Gal fight. But SynRG, Papa Hotel finds Kelpers in this crab. Are they able to take them out? That's 3 members down from Armageddon. SynRG, they have the opportunity to really put a massive dent in Armageddon's defense.
And Papa Hotel has this crab at the ready. Genesis going to opt to jump out here. Very smart play. The crab did get popped from Papa Hotel, but Kipu is not in that position, I don't think, at all at the moment. One goes down to the Booyah Bomb. That's actually a really big splat. Unfortunately, Half not able to take advantage of that as the burst bombs coming out from Gray on this bunker area are just absolutely devastating.
They don't have crab. They do not have crab. SynRG's getting closer to some specials, but they lose their member. Trades out though. Papa Hotel making it an even fight. Gray and Papa Hotel are looking for a fight together. The wave breaker is down for SynRG, but it will be run over by tower. Crab is out for Papa Hotel. Respect is going through this tower. Kipu's trying to stay alive. Half is just trying to get some flushes down. Respect is gone. Helper jumps on tower. Kipu's gone. It is down. 3 members down. Just Gray. Can Gray stay alive? Gray can stay alive. Pops the crab on tower. The bomb is coming out. Gray's gonna fall down. And that's gonna be a lead swap in the side of SynRG in the last 30 seconds. Gray is still alive with this crab. This is crazy. The tower keeps going. The tower gets broken through. SynRG is falling. Armageddon. This is their chance to take back the lead for themselves.
They have to, but Genie, they have 10 seconds and they have to break that second checkpoint.
Ooh, great,
You said the second checkpoint is going to come down to the game, but SynRG breaking through that second checkpoint might be the deciding factor here, as Armageddon on their final push of the match here. Kipu are obviously going to be riding the tower. Going to see if they can get a pick here. Respect has to challenge Kipu here. Unfortunately, not going to be able to. Going to be forced to back up as Genesis pushes up here. This is really dangerous. Respect goes down. Three members of SynRG go down. The tower goes down. Papa Hotel! Unbelievable!
No way Papa Hotel gets on tower! There's a killer whale that goes out and gets the splat! Gets the spot from beyond the grave from the members of SynRG. What a insane way! This is a reverse sweep.
Unbelievable, Genie. Papa Hotel with every single shooter trained on them gets 2 on the tower, and SynRG has their first win of SAC first place, I think ever.
Yes,
ever.
ever.
Wrong on that, ever. So congrats to SynRG. What a set. Good luck to both these teams in their Ludi set tomorrow as well. Oh my goodness.
I kind of want to ask if IPL wants to stream that Ludi set. My goodness. Wow. The killer whale at the end beyond the grave. I thought it was over I thought it was completely over for SynRG. They had lost their Booyah Bomb and they had lost their Heavy. What are they supposed to do when you lose a machine who's got a Booyah Bomb 70% charge and then you lose 3 more members? But luckily, SynRG, they held on. Papa Hotel able to come up with the 3v1 scenario, even with some assists from that killer whale beyond the grave. And the members of Armageddon weren't able to hold on. That is tough, being up 0-2, but SynRG digging deep, knowing from their defeats in the last season, knowing that they don't want that taste of defeat again. They only want the taste of victory.
And I love this. I love this quote too from Half on SynRG. We asked a lot of the teams, what do they hope to get out of this SAC season, and Half went out on a statement and said they hope to prove that we hope to prove that the people that still underestimate us, we deserve to be respected more for those who underestimate us, and we also hope to prove that other comps work than just crab spam. And I love that. But I also hope Armageddon got like an awesome set out of this, because the one thing they wanted to get out of SAC, at least this season, they want to be able to face teams at their skill level for more competitive sets. And they absolutely did that today here, Genie, for an amazing grand finals for the first tournament of SAC Season 6.
Yeah, and if you guys want more awesome action, we've got another tournament coming up for you in 2 weeks. But in the meantime, I was just say, coming up Monday, I don't know if it's this Monday or the following Monday, we have a podcast. Yes, a podcast where we are going to be talking about these decisive victory moments. If you want to see Raze, a really, really technical, analytical dude, break down everything that has happened in that final push, in those final pushes, you do not want to miss that podcast. I know for a fact we are going to be breaking down that match.
Yeah, and it'll be cool. We'll have some. I'm pretty sure we're going to be working on the production side of things as well, Genie. We're going to have some cool highlights, I think, for the podcast coming up too. That I know a couple of us, myself included, are going to be excited to work on a little bit to give you guys hopefully some awesome info for the podcast as well, and some awesome clips that you guys can analyze. And I hope everybody enjoyed this tournament, because Genie, I know you and I certainly did here on commentary.
My goodness. Well, first of all, Jamin, where can the lovely people find you?
They can find me pretty much on any social media. You can find me here on Twitch at twitch.tv/CAJman777. Twitter and YouTube, you can also find me at CAJman777 as well. Genie, I know you signed off a little bit earlier, but where can the lovely people find you as well?
Besides on the podcast with Raze that will be here talking about SAC, we have that on Spotify, YouTube, and the live ones are always streamed on twitch.tv/IPL. They can find me personally, where they can send me their awesome highlights and awesome clips from the SAC tournament, which I will be watching every single one that you send to me. You can send those to me at GEENIE7 _ on Twitter, no underscore on all other socials. I will be watching them back. I will be talking about them, whether on my own personal stream or on the podcast. But yeah, I'm so excited. I am so excited. Please, everybody, send those my way. And yeah, Damon, with that, we got to say shout out to our awesome TOs who I know we were in voice chat with for quite a long time, having a good old time being able to do a tournament series that is well and truly loved by the Splatoon.
Yeah, we have a really good team. Even through this first tournament, we have a really good team behind the scenes this year. And shout outs to our awesome streamer today, Boing, who is currently behind the
been here all day,
the spectating cam and all the matches that you've seen. Boing, absolutely goated, has gotten super good at the spectating cam as well. You love to see some awesome stuff. I mean, we have, again, this is an awesome team. I don't think any of us would want to be part of a different team than what we have on SAC this year. I mean, we have experience from all around. We've got production, we've got TOs, we've got streamers. I mean, this is an awesome group we have this year.
Yeah. With that, I know everyone's going to be trying to hop over to the NA Open, which is happening now. So we don't want to hold you on for too much longer, but thank you all for joining us. And thank you to all of our competitors for playing. We enjoyed every single one of you for playing it, and we can't wait to see you again here for our next tournament in 2 weeks.
Sadly, we cannot raid Nintendo.
Oh, we can't?
I have just been informed we cannot raid Nintendo.
Well,
so
unfortunate. But who are we raiding?
So we're gonna raid Luna-chan.
Oh, let's go, Luna. Well, enjoy Luna.
All right, have a great night, everybody, and we'll see you in 2 weeks, or we'll see you on the podcast.